link for the YouTube live stream. Looks like it's going to take just a little bit. All right. So let me grab that link. If you want to watch the session on YouTube, you can do so at the following link over here. But if you want to stay in Zoom, that's perfectly fine as well. It's just another option for everybody. Okay, so let's start. So this is HackerFrogs After School Linux OS Operations Intro. So we're going to be introducing the course. HackerFrogs After School is a cybersecurity program for learning beginners' cybersecurity skills across a wide variety of subjects. This is the intro to Linux OS operations. So what is Linux? Like Windows and Mac OS, Linux is a computer operating system, otherwise known as an OS. However, unlike Windows and Mac OS, Linux is free and open source, which means that source code can be viewed and potentially modified by anybody. So this is very different from Windows and Mac OS, where it's not free and you can't modify the code. So Linux is a modular OS. That means that software components can be very easily added, updated, or removed to fit the user's needs. This has led to the development of different distributions, otherwise known as variations of Linux, that cater to different groups of users. Specifically, cybersecurity-oriented distributions of Linux exist, which are ideal for cybersecurity student use. So when we're learning cybersecurity, there are versions of Linux that are catered to cybersecurity, so that's one of the reasons why we learn Linux. So why are we learning Linux for cybersecurity? First of all, Linux is easily accessible to students since it's free. Many cybersecurity tools and software are available to Linux users. Most of these software are free, and cybersecurity-oriented distributions of Linux are readily available. So for all these reasons, we learn Linux when we learn about cybersecurity. So second of all, you're going to hear a lot about CTFs when we're talking about cybersecurity exercises, and HackerFrogs After School classes prefer to incorporate CTF games into classes for a more interactive experience. But what are CTFs? So cybersecurity Capture the Flag, CTF games, are training exercises where the goal of the exercise is to capture the flag through use of cybersecurity skills. In this context, capture means to gain access to a file or other resource, and flag refers to a secret phrase or password. The CTF game we will be playing to learn basic Linux skills is called Pico CTF. It's a well-known education platform with challenges across many different cybersecurity disciplines. So in order to participate in Pico CTF challenges, we need a registered account on the website. We can sign up at the following link. So I see we have I have a new student who's in here, and I'm just going to ask them if they have made their Pico CTF account yet. Have you made your Pico CTF account? Okay, so we're going to start our HackerFrogs After School workshop now, and in the workshop we're going to be learning about Linux through the Pico CTF platform. So let us begin. So the first thing we need to do when we're interacting with Linux is, first of all, we need to log into our Pico CTF website. So we need to open after we've logged in, so everybody should be logged into Pico CTF and be at the practice page. So the practice page is accessible over here, and okay, so it seems that we need the registration link. So I'm going to provide the registration link to the user who asked for it. Okay. And we all want to go to the practice page after we've logged in. So the practice page is located right here. All right, so everybody, if you are logged into your PicoCTF account and you're on the practice page, just like over here, let's make this a little bit bigger, maybe a little bit smaller. Okay, if you're there, please type in the chat, I'm ready to practice, and then a smiley face. So if you're on this page right here, after you've logged into your PicoCTF website, please type in the chat, I'm ready to practice. Okay, so we've got some people coming in. They're ready to practice. That is great. Okay, so once we are here, and if you somebody is chatting on the YouTube chat. Hello. And nice to see, nice to see. Okay, so what we're doing now is we are going to, the first thing we need to do is open our command line interface. Okay, so I'm not going to need to ban you. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is open our command line interface terminal, CLI terminal. After logging into PicoCTF, we can access the web shell. So the web shell is what we're going to be using to access Linux. Okay, so over at PicoCTF, what you're going to want to do is going to want to scroll down. And then you're going to see this button over here. So this button is labeled Web Shell. So click on the Web Shell button. And then you're going to see this PicoCTF Web Shell window pop up. So after it pops up, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to click on this button right here, which is labeled Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. So when you click on Pop Out Web Shell Terminal, that's going to put the web shell in its own browser tab. And that's what we want. If you don't see anything come up after a few seconds, that means that it didn't quite work. So what you're going to want to do is close that tab and then click on web shell again and try again. So you're going to want to click on this button right here, pop out Web Shell Terminal. If it doesn't work the first time, try it again. But if it works, you're going to see that the web shell is in full screen like this. And it'll say, welcome to the PicoCTF web shell. Okay, I see we have some new students coming in. I'm going to ask them if they have their PicoCTF account. Okay, and this is what we want. We want to be on the we want to have our web shell in its own browser tab, just like this. Okay, so somebody else has said that they do not have PicoCTF account, so I'm going to get the link for them. Okay. All right. So to everybody else, if you're having trouble opening up the web shell, let us know in the chat. But if you've managed to open up the web shell and you see that you have your username -PicoCTF at web shell over here, please type in the chat, I opened the web shell and made it full screen. Smiley face. So once again, let's talk about what steps we did to do this. So we clicked on the web shell button over here, and after we clicked on the web shell button over here, it's found on the practice webpage and it's located in the upper right corner of the web page. If we can't see it, we should scroll down until it appears. So after opening the web shell, we should click on the pop-out web shell terminal button, which is located right over here after you've opened up the web shell, the small one. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to learn how to connect to another computer using the SSH program inside of Linux. So this is an important program to learn about, and this is going to be our first time using the Linux terminal, so we're going to go nice and slow. So after logging into PicoCTF and opening the web shell, putting it in the separate browser tab, we're going to navigate to the following web page to access the Super SSH challenge. So the Super SSH challenge, let me grab the link for that. Okay, so the Super SSH challenge is just over here. Actually, everybody, if you want to take a look at the challenges we're going to be doing today, it is located right over here. And at this page, you're going to be able to find all the links we're using today for the challenges. So I'm going to copy this challenge and put it in the chat for everybody. And what I want you to do is click on that link, and it'll bring you to the Super SSH challenge. Okay, so after you go to the link, the challenge page is going to open up over here. So this is an example of what PicoCTF challenges look like. And there's going to be the title of the challenge and then a description of the challenge over here. So it says using a secure shell SSH is going to be pretty important. Additional details will be available after launching your challenge instance. So for this challenge, there's a virtual machine, basically a cloud server that you're going to have to boot up in order to complete the challenge. So after you've opened up this page, there's going to be this blue button over here that's labeled Launch Instance. So you just need to click on that. And then after a few seconds, the text on the description is going to change. And now it's going to say, can you SSH as CTF player to titan.picoctf.net at port something 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 to get the flag? So what we're going to do here is we're going to log into another computer using the SSH program. So this is so what we're going to do. So this is what we're going to do. So just let me pull up my slides. Okay, so after clicking on the blue Start Instance button, we are given information that we can use to log into the remote server using SSH. So we're given a username, which is CTF player. We're given a server name, which is titan.picoctf.net. And we're given a port number to connect on, which is a port number and a password. So the port number and the password are different for each person, so I didn't write those down, but we're going to need all this information to log into another server using the SSH program. Okay, so back at the PicoCTF challenge page, this text is very important. So what you want to do is highlight all of it. So beginning at the word SSH and until the end of the port number over here, I want you to use your mouse and highlight all this text. After you've highlighted all the text, you want to right-click and then select Copy. So that's going to copy all of this text. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go to our web shell. And so after you haven't been using the web shell for a few minutes, it's going to disconnect you. So you just need to click on it and then hit the return key or the enter key on your keyboard to reconnect to the server. Okay, so here's another handy tip on the Linux server. So anytime you've got a bunch of text on your screen and you don't want to see it anymore, you just need to type the word clear and then hit the enter key, and that's going to wipe out all the text on your screen and send you back up to the top. So after you've done that, or maybe you don't want to do it, that's fine. What you need to do is right click and then select paste. And what that's going to do is it's going to paste in all the text that we copied previously. So what we need to do now is we need to edit this information over here. So we actually have all the information we need to log into the server using SSH. The first thing we need to do is we need to use our arrow keys. So there's the up, down, and left, right, the arrow keys on your keyboard. Just use your left and right arrow keys to move your cursor around and move it all the way back up to SSH. So when you arrive here at SSH, you just need to delete the word as. So press it 3 times, and then you're going to see SSH CTF player. So just after the R in CTF player, go over 1 space and then use the @ symbol. So the @ symbol is the shifted version of the number 2 on your keyboard. So you add the @ symbol and then you delete everything until the word Titan over here. So what we're doing is we're creating a username CTF player at titan.picoctf.net. So after that, we're going to delete these words over here, and then we're going to type dash or minus P. So minus P is going to let us provide the port number. So what we're doing with the SSH program is we're going to connect to a server on this port number. This is the name of the port right here, titan.picoctf.net. And the name of the user we're going to log in as is CTF player. And we use the @ symbol over here to indicate that this is the username and this is the password over here. Okay? So everybody, so your command should look something like this. And I'm going to provide this to everybody in the chat. So just keep in mind, the one thing that's going to be different is the port number. So you see that number, it might not be this port number for you, because in the challenge description, it gives you a random port number to connect on. So just keep that in mind. So after you've edited your SSH program command over here, I want you to hit the enter key. So after you hit the enter key, you're going to try to connect to the server using this username and this port number over here. It's going to ask you, are you sure you want to continue connecting? You're going to answer yes. So just type YES on the keyboard and then hit enter. And then it's going to ask you for the password. So for the password, you're going to want to go up to your picoctf challenge, and then right over here in the challenge description, you'll also need this password, and the password is right here. I want you to highlight it. Make sure you don't highlight the period at the end. So just highlight these characters right here, and it's probably going to be different characters for everybody. After you've highlighted it, right-click, select copy, and then go over to the web shell. In the web shell, I want you to right-click and select paste. When you click on paste, you're not going to see anything on the screen, and that's normal. That's normal behavior. Just hit the paste button over here, and then hit enter. Okay? And after you hit enter, then you're going to see this response. Welcome, CTF player. Here is your flag. So remember we were talking about capture the flag, and this is an example of a flag. So for picoctf, all the flags in picoctf start with the word picoctf, and then the contents of the flag are contained within these curly braces right here, these curly brackets. So, user D says that they completed the challenge. That's great to hear. Okay, so what you want to do to finish the challenge is you want to take your picoctf flag over here and highlight it. After you have it highlighted, right-click and select Copy. Then go to the challenge page, and in the challenge page, at the bottom of the challenge page, there's going to be this field right over here, and this is called the flag submission field. Every picoctf challenge has one. You want to click on it and then paste in the flag. And then after the flag is pasted in, you want to click on this blue Submit Flag button. And once you've done that, it's going to say you solved the challenge. Okay, so everybody, let's if you manage to successfully complete the challenge, please type in the chat, I submitted the flag, smiley face. But if you were having any sort of trouble connecting to the challenge or issuing the this SSH command or logging in, please let us know in the chat, and we'll try to help you out before we move on to the next challenge, okay? Okay, so user M says I messed something up and missed what happened. Okay, so user M, if you could tell us what step you last did, then we can try to help you out, okay? All right, so to everybody else, inside of the terminal, there are a couple of easy commands that all people who use Linux like to do. So first of all, there's the clear command, and the clear command is going to clear off the terminal. That's very useful. So another useful thing you can do is you can use the ls command to list out the contents of the current directory. So if you type ls and then enter, then it's going to give you the contents of the directory that you're in. So I was just writing this file over here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of it because I don't need it right now. But another thing you can do is you can read files. So you can read files using the cat command. So the command is called cat and then space and then the name of the file you want to read. So there's this readme.txt file right here. If I wanted to read that, I would just type cat and then space and then readme.txt. So the interesting thing about Linux is that it is case sensitive. So if you were to type this in lowercase, then it wouldn't recognize this. So if you do this command cat space readme.txt, then hit enter, then that's going to give you the contents of the file. So if you're using a mouse, you can use the mouse wheel to scroll up and down through the terminal in case that the output goes off of the screen. And you can also scroll the mouse wheel down to get back to where you were. Okay. All right, so user M says okay. So let's do a demonstration of how to finish the Super SSH program one more time, just really quickly for the user who missed out. Okay, so what you want to do is click on the blue Launch Instance button. Okay, so after you've clicked on the Start Instance button, then you want to highlight all of this text right here. So starting at SSH and ending at the port number here, highlight it all, and then right-click and select Copy. After you've done that, go over to the web shell, and then in the web shell, right-click and select Paste. And then what we're going to do is you're going to edit this line right here using your arrow keys and the delete button on your keyboard. So you wanted to edit the command so that it looks something like this. So it's going to look something like SSH ctf-player at titan.picoctf.net, and then there's going to be a space, and then a -p or a -p, and then a port number. So the port number is going to be different for everybody, but it's probably going to be five numbers long. After you've done this, hit the Enter key, and then it's going to ask you, are you sure you want to continue connecting? Hold on. I need to adjust the security on the room. Hold on. Okay. All right. So it's going to ask you, are you sure you want to continue connecting? You're going to want to type the word yes and then hit enter. And then it's going to ask you for the password. So it'll ask you if you want, are you sure you want to continue connecting? Type yes and hit enter. And then it's going to ask you for the password. What you want to do is you want to go over to the challenge page, and on the challenge page there's a password over here. Highlight the password, copy the password, and then go back to the web shell, and then paste in the password and hit enter. And then you should see this right here. Let's see, user M says, it says service not known. Okay, so what I want you to do is I want you to hit up on your keyboard. So if you do up and down on the keyboard, it's going to scroll through the different commands that you've previously used in the Linux terminal. What I want you to do is I want you to check whether or not there's an @ symbol here. So an important thing about using SSH is that we have to provide a username and a server name. So it should be CTF player and then the @ symbol and then titan.picoctf.net. Make sure that this is all together and that there are no spaces in between here. So it's CTF player at titan.picoctf.net. So I just want you to make sure that that this is just like this. And after that, you should be able to hit enter, and then it's going to ask you to continue connecting, type yes, and then it's going to ask you for the password. Grab the password from over here, copy, and then paste in the password. You're not going to see anything appear when you paste in the password, that's fine. Hit enter, and then you'll receive your flag over here. Copy the flag, then go over to the challenge description, paste in the flag, and then click on Submit Flag, and then you should be done. Okay, so user M, if you're still having trouble with the challenge, what I can do is I can give you some help after the session is over, and then I can help you out then, okay? But we can do another challenge now, and the next challenge we're going to do is, let's see, over here. Okay, so this challenge is called Obedient Cat. So the next challenge we're going to use to understand downloading and reading files in the Linux terminal is called Obedient Cat, okay? And the Obedient Cat challenge is located over here. What I want you to do is please click on the link for the Obedient Cat challenge, and you should see this over here. So this Obedient Cat challenge, the description says, this file has a flag in plain sight, also known as in the clear. So it's going to ask us, there's going to have a link for us to download the file, the flag file over here. So the first thing you want to do when you're solving this challenge is you want to copy the link. So this download flag, right-click on it, and then select Copy Link. After you've selected Copy Link, go back to your web shell, and if there's a bunch of stuff on your terminal, you can go ahead and type clear and then enter to clear it off. We're going to be using the wget command to download this file. So in Linux, we can use the command wget and then space, and then the address for the file in order to download some files. So after you type wget and then space, we can right-click and then select paste. So after we've pasted in the address, we can hit enter, and that's going to download the file to our directory. So you should see this kind of output right here, and the name of the file is flag. We're going to use the ls command to list out the contents of our directory. So just type ls and then enter, and you should see the flag file over here. So does anybody know what command we use to read files in Linux? If you know, type it in the chat. And if you manage to download the file, please type in the chat, I downloaded the file, smiley face. Okay, so user D has it correct. Okay, so the command that we use to download to read files in Linux is called the cat command. So I'm going to make my text a little bit bigger. Okay, so we know the name of the file that we want to read. It's flag. So all we need to do after we've downloaded the file is to use the command cat and then space, and then the name of the file, which is file, and then hit enter. Oh, it's not the name of the file is not file, it is flag. It is flag, so cat space flag, and then hit enter. And then we have our flag over here. So that's all we need to do for this challenge. We just need to download the file and then read the file. So this is the flag. What we need to do is copy the value of the flag, and then right-click, select copy, then go over to the challenge page. So on the challenge page, there's this field right here for submitting your flag. So click into it, and then right-click, select paste. That's going to paste in the value of the flag, and then click on submit flag. Okay, and then it should say that you've finished the challenge. All right, so everybody, if you managed to finish that challenge, please type in the chat, I cat and read, smiley face. If for some reason you were having troubles with that challenge, please let us know what part of the challenge gave you trouble, and we'll try to help you out, okay? So let's go over. So at the web shell, we typed wget and then space, and then pasted in the address that we copied from the challenge page, and then we were able to download the file. All right, user D can cat and read, that's great. Press the enter key, and then the challenge file will be downloaded to our web shell terminal. So we can use the ls command to list all the files in our current directory. So we use the ls command, and then we see that we saw that the flag file was in our current directory. So to finish the challenge, we need to read the flag file using the cat command. Type cat space flag, then press the enter key, and the challenge's flag string will appear. So this is the flag right here. You just needed to highlight the flag and then copy it and then paste it in to the challenge description page to finish the challenge. So we copy it and then we paste it into the flag submission field here and then click on Submit Flag. Okay, so this is the final challenge we're going to do today, and this one is a bit this one's a bit more complicated, but I'm sure we're going to be able to finish it. This challenge is called Tab Tab Attack. So the last challenge we're going to cover is called Tab Tab Attack, which can be accessed from this URL. So for this final challenge, please navigate to this page right here. And you should see this challenge page. The challenge is called Tab Tab Attack. So the description on the page says, using tab complete in the terminal will add years to your life, especially when you're dealing with long, rambling directory structures and names. And then there's a file over here that we need to interact with to finish the challenge. So everybody, after you've arrived on this page, the first thing you need to do is you need to copy the link for this file over here. It's called adadashashanamu.zip. So highlight it and then right-click and select Copy Link. So after you've done that, go over to your web shell, and in your web shell, if there's a bunch of stuff on your screen and you want to get rid of it, just type clear and then enter, and that's going to clear off the screen. So we need to download the file. Does anybody remember what the command was to download the file? If you're thinking wget, that's the right answer. So we use wget and then space, and then right-click, select paste. And that's going to paste in the address for this file. So after that, hit enter, and that's going to download the file. The file is called adadashashanamu.zip. So this is a zip file, which is a type of compressed file. And what we need to do with zip files before we can get to the files that are inside of it is we need to unzip the file. So the command for unzipping the file using Linux is pretty easy. It's just unzip, the word unzip and then space, and then the name of the file. So I'm going to teach you the tab autocomplete function inside of the terminal. So you type the first couple of letters of a file name, and then what you can do is you can hit the tab key on your keyboard to autocomplete the name of the file. So the tab key on your keyboard is located underneath the escape key, and it should be on the leftmost portion of the keyboard. Hit the tab key, and then you're going to see that the name of the file has auto-completed. This is a very useful thing when you're trying to type the names of really long files. The files with really long names, rather. Okay? So unzip, and then space, and then let me demonstrate it one more time. So type the first two letters, or maybe the first letter of the file name, and then hit the tab key, and it's going to autocomplete the name. Okay? Then hit enter, and a bunch of files are created after you unzip the file over here. So you don't need to worry too much about what exactly is being unzipped over here. So this is really a lot. So what we're going to do is we're going to clear off the terminal, and then we're going to use ls to take a look at what's inside of this directory. So we see here that because the name of this file over here is blue, in this terminal, that means that this is a directory. So a directory is kind of like a location inside of the file system. So I'm going to teach you another thing that you can do with the ls command. So ls, you can add in a flag or an argument to this ls command in order to give it some different output. So this is ls space and then dash l. And if we do this, it's going to give us the files in a list format. So this is not going across, instead it's going up and down. And we can see here that this file is a directory because it's got the D over here. So anything that we do inside of ls and we see that there's a D here, it means it's a directory. So the next command I'm going to teach you is the command that's used to move into another directory. So to move into another directory, we can use the cd command. So it's going to be cd and then space and then the name of the directory we want to enter. So we type the first two letters of the file name and then we use the tab autocomplete. So we hit the tab key and it's going to autocomplete the name of the directory. So hit enter. And then if we use the pwd command, this is a new one, and this is going to tell you the name of the directory that we're currently in. So if you do pwd, it stands for print working directory, and then hit the enter key. It tells us we're in the /home/yourname-picoctf/adada directory. So what is in this directory? We need to use the ls command to see what's in this directory. So if we type ls and then enter, we see that there's another directory in this directory called almurbalarami. Alurbalarami. So what we need to do is we need to enter this directory as well. So we just need to do cd and then space and then al because that's the first couple letters of this directory, and then we can hit the tab key to autocomplete this. So hit tab to autocomplete the name and then hit enter. And then if we take a look at what's in this directory with ls, we see that there's another directory called ashal-mimil-kala. And we need to enter this directory as well. So we're going to use cd to change directories into this directory. So it's as and then hit tab, and it's going to autocomplete the name of the directory, and then hit enter. If we do, well, I'm going to clear this off. We're getting a bit close to the bottom. So if we do ls, we see that there's another directory in here, and this directory is called Jeff's art on YouTube says, hi, hello, nice to see you. I'm just doing a lesson over here. If you want to learn about how to use Linux, you can stick around. All right, so if we want to enter this directory, we want to use the cd command one more time. So it's cd and then space, and then type the first couple of letters of the name. And the name of this directory is asernabitashp. Anyways, so cd and then space, and then the first couple letters, and then hit tab to autocomplete the name, and then hit enter. If we use ls to see what's in this directory, we see that there's another directory in here called mail-kashishi. So we want to enter this directory as well, cd space, and then ma, and then hit tab to autocomplete, and then hit enter. We see that there's another directory in here called Onisiralis. So we can enter this directory just like all the other ones by starting the name and then hitting the tab key. Hitting the tab key. Oh, is this not? Oh, okay. So cd Onisiralis. Okay, so this We have another directory called Ularedlaku. We need to enter this directory as well. Start the name of it and then hit tab to autocomplete. Tab, and then finally, we have this file right here called Fang of Hyakna Hey Nektamet. Hey Nektamet? Anyways, this file over here. And this is actually a different file than the other files. So everything else was a directory. These were colored in blue. This is an executable file. So if you use the file command, so it's just file and then the name of the file, and hit enter, it's going to tell you what kind of file that you're dealing with. So it says this is a executable file. That means that we're going to have to run this file a different way. So let's clear off the terminal because it's very busy. So in order to run this file, we're going to have to reference the directory we're in. And in Linux, the dot refers to the current directory. So dot and then slash to refer to this directory. And we want to run this file right here. Start typing the first couple letters. So it's ./fa and then hit tab. And that's going to autocomplete the name of the file. Hit enter. And then it's going to give you the flag. It says zap and then the flag over here. All right. So the last thing we need to do to finish this challenge is highlight the flag, then copy it, then go over to picoctf. Inside of the tab attack page over here, there's this flag submission field. Paste in the flag, and then hit the submit flag button over here, and that should finish the challenge. All right. So everybody, if you managed to complete the challenge over here, please type the word tab attack smiley face. All right. So while everybody's finishing the challenge, let's talk about what we did during this challenge over here. So once more, we had to copy the link to our challenge file, then download it to our web shell using the wget command. Okay, so after we did that, and we downloaded the file, we used the ls command to make sure that it's downloaded to our directory. We saw the adadashashanemu.zip file over here. All right, user D has tab attack, that's great. So since this file that we downloaded was a zip file, we need to extract the files from it using the unzip command. So we typed unzip, then space, and then the letters AD. We started the name of the file. And then we pressed the tab key on the keyboard to autocomplete the name of the file. So then we saw that we had the adadashashanemu directory in here. So we used cd to change directories and then enter that directory. And then we saw that there was another directory called Almurbalarami. So we entered that directory as well using cd. And then we saw another directory called Ashala Mimikala. So we entered that one. And then after a long time, we saw the Fang of Hey Nektamet. I don't know how to pronounce these words, but we found this file over here, and then we were able to run the executable file by doing / and then the name of the file, and then we finished it. Okay, so before we finish up, so that was the last challenge of the day. So everybody in your web shell over here, before we do our summary today, let's practice a couple of the commands that we learned today. So ls is going to show you the name of, ls is going to show you the contents of your directory. pwd is going to give you the name of your directory, and the name of the directory is really long because we entered all these other directories. So we can also go back to our home directory. So the home directory is where we start inside of Linux. And we can enter that directory by just typing the cd command. So it's going to be cd by itself, and then hit enter, and that's going to bring you back to your home directory. So if you do pwd again, you're going to see that you're in /home/your username -picoctf. And using the ls command, you're going to see that you've got your files over here. So does anybody remember what command we used to what command we used to read files? So it's the name of an animal. So there's it's 3 letters, and it's the name of an animal, and we use it to read files in Linux. Does anybody remember which command it is? Right. User_m has it right. User tai has it right. It is the cat command. So we just type cat and then space and then the name of the file we want to read. For example, if we want to read this file called flag, it's flag, hit enter, and then we get the contents of the file after we hit the enter key over here. Okay? All right, so let's do a quick summary of what the commands that we learned today, and then we'll finish off today's session. So over here, so we learned about the ls command. The ls command lists the files and directories in the current directory. It can be used with the -l argument to output in a list format, and with the -a argument to include hidden files and directories in the output. These 2 arguments can be combined to produce both outputs, for example, LA. So here we see the output of ls combined with the L and A flags. So we get a list, and it also shows us some hidden directories and hidden stuff. So we also talked about the cat command. The cat command reads the contents of a file. The name of the file to be read must be supplied as the argument to the command. For example, if we wanted to read a file called example.txt, we would do cat space example.txt. So we also learned the cd command. The cd command, which stands for change directory, changes the current directory to the one specified. The new directory must be supplied as an argument to the command. For example, if we want to go to the downloads directory, we cd and then space and then downloads. We also took a look at the file command. The file command identifies the type of contents for a specified file. The file name must be supplied as an argument to the command. For example, if we run file on a file called picture.jpg, it's probably going to tell us that it's a JPEG picture file. But if we do it on a file that contains text, it's going to tell us that it has ASCII text. So that's just a type of encoding. So you're going to hear these terms a lot, stuff like ASCII, and ASCII just basically refers to text when we're talking about computer files. So we also did the unzip command. So it allows files to be extracted from zip files. The syntax is like this: unzip and then whatever file name .zip. For example, if there's a zip file called zipfile.zip, we just do unzip space zipfile.zip. So what's next? In the next HackerFrogs After School Linux OS workshop, we're going to continue learning Linux commands with the picoctf. So everybody, we're going to be back on Wednesday. So let me take a look at I wonder if I can bring up my calendar. I can probably just look up October 2024. Okay, so I don't have, is this a real, let me see if, why am I doing this? What am I, okay, so today is the 7th, and the next session is going to be on the 9th, on Wednesday. We're going to be here at the same time, and it's going to be on Wednesday, But thank you very much to everybody for coming by. If you do not need me to help you after the session is over, you can feel free to leave the Zoom call. But for people who need extra help, go ahead and stay on behind. Let's see, for the live stream, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put people on the live stream on the Be Right Back screen while I help out the students, and I'll be back after I help out all the students. So all right, everybody. So we just finished up our Zoom call where we were helping students out with HackerFrogs after school, and now we're going to be doing the resuming with our regular stream activities. So what are our regular stream activities? Well, we've got another class coming up in about an hour or so, so we've got about an hour to kill. So I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this opportunity to do a little bit of hacking. And what we're going to do is we're going to work on one of the CTF boxes that we were previously working on. So we were previously working on hackmyvm.eu. And to anybody who doesn't know, hackmyvm.eu is a great little website where you can download machines that you can do hacking on. And we were working on the flower machine on this website. So, hey, let's do a little celebration to celebrate the end of class. So we finished that class, so let's do some Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
All right, so we were looking at this machine over here. Let me look it up. Just a second. Okay, and this machine was called Flower that we were working on. If you want to take a look at this machine yourself, it is located at this URL. And let me boot up the machine so we can continue hacking on it. Okay. So so for these machines, what you need is you need a virtual machine environment to start hacking against these machines. So I'm booting up my virtual machine over here. It's on my network, it's running. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start up some terminals to start hacking against it. And we're going to keep going hacking against this machine until about 4:50 my time. And then we're going to get ready for the next HackerFrogs class, okay? So let's start out by creating a few different tabs, and we're going to make these tabs nice and big so that we can see what exactly is going on there. And you know what? We can start up some music too. Let me grab some good music to start playing. Let's see. I'm going to go over to YouTube and I'm going to look up. I really like the soundtrack for FTL, Faster Than Light. So we're going to listen to that soundtrack. It's some great music if you like chiptune stuff. And then let's hook up the sound. Hmm. Let's get the property so I can hook this up. Oh, I can't do that. Hold on. I need to play around with my stream settings a little bit. Just a moment. Okay, you should be able to hear the music now. Okay, so everybody, if the music is too loud, let me know because I certainly don't want the music to be too loud. Maybe I can reduce the volume of care. Hold on. Make it nice and quiet. Okay, that should do it. Once again, if you feel like the music is too loud or too soft, please let me know, and I'll try to adjust the volumes as appropriate. Okay, so I've started up the vulnerable machine that we're going to be hacking against, the flower machine, and I think we should be able to ping it on 10.2.2.93. And it looks like that's the correct IP address. So once again, if you want to locate machines on your network, for example, I've got my 10.2.0.0/24. You can run the nmap command and then run it with the SN for do not connect. And that's what this is going to do is it's going to scan your network for any machines that are online. So it's going to take maybe a few seconds to come back. So I see that I've got .1, which is I think that's the gateway. .22 is my own machine right now. So this is a Kali Linux machine that I'm running. And .93 is the machine that we're going to be hacking against. So we found out last stream that we had to send the web application a certain payload in order to get it to do OS command injection. So that's a very nasty vulnerability. And in order to exploit it, I'm going to start up my Burp Suite. So Burp Suite is very commonly used web application testing tool. So we're going to start it up. Okay. And it's going to take a few seconds to start up over here. Okay, so after we've done that, we're going to go over to our proxy tab over here, and then we're going to start up the browser that's associated with Burp. So Burp Suite has a built-in browser that you can use, and the interesting thing about this browser is that it is connected to Burp Suite, which means that it's going to be able to intercept all the web app traffic that goes back and forth. So to start up the browser, we just need to click on this Open Browser button. And then we're going to be able to browse inside of this this browser here. So I'm going to go to HTTP 10.2.93, which is the machine on my network. And we see this screen, this app right here. It says Count Petals. Choose a flower to count petals. We've got the lily, and then we can do a drop down and we can get all sorts of different ones over here. If we click on submit, it's going to tell us how many petals this particular flower has. So it says 5 petals. So this is about as much as we need to get from the web browser. So we can minimize this browser. We're going to go over to, in Burp Suite, we're going to go over to the HTTP history tab. So it's proxy HTTP history. And we see down here, we've got this. Okay, I need to make this bigger because actually I'm going to send this to the repeater, and then I'm going to go over to the repeater. This is really small, so I'm going to go over to my settings and make this bigger. So display, inspector, message header. Okay, I think I can adjust this. So I can make this font bigger. I'm going to change the font over to 24 point. And press OK. So this makes the font nice and big. I'm also going to make the display bigger. I'm going to use 24 point font. So this is, yeah, okay, this is much better. So by default, Burp Suite makes everything really small, but since I'm broadcasting and teaching all of you guys, I need to make things nice and big. So I've made the things bigger. All right, so we've got our post request over here, and we've got our petals. We've got our petals body over here in the post request. If we send this request off, we see that we received this output right here, 5 petals. Okay. But we see that the value that we sent with the petals key over here, this looks suspicious. So what this actually is this is base64 encoded text. So this is a string, and this is actually the letter 5 in base64. So once again, not once again, but rather, if we go over, and I don't need this, I'm going to close it. So base64 is a text encoding system. So I'm going to go over to base64encode.com. Oh, this is really big. Let's make this smaller. So this is a website where you can encode and decode based on the base64 encoding scheme. So let's make this nice and big. Okay, for example, if I were to type 5 in here, and I were to encode this into the base64 format, I can hit the encode button here, and it's going to come out as, NQ equals. Oh, no, this is not what it is. Okay, hold on. So over at the Burp Suite, petals equals this code right here. So I can copy this code. So I'm going to copy the code, then go over to base64encode.com. I'm going to decode this time. So I'm going to paste in what I want to decode over here. And let's make this bigger. Must be bigger. Okay. So after I've pasted this in, I'm going to click on the decode button. Hit decode. Am I not hitting the button correctly? Hold on. Let me reload the page. Okay, so this is the code. I'm going to decode it. Click on decode here. And this equals 2 plus 3. So this is the this is what is sent to the app when I'm inside of Burp Suite. And it's encoded using base64 encoding. So what we can do is we can send the app some different things in base64 encoding, and it's going to interpret it in different ways. So for example, if I were to send it like a word, say I were to send it, let's do encode now. So I'm going to switch over to encode. And then I'm going to send it, I'm going to encode something, and what I'm going to encode is testing. So these two words, we're going to encode it using base64. So it becomes this string right here. So this string here, I'm going to copy it, and then I'm going to go over to Burp Suite, and we're going to replace the request over here, the pedals value. I'm going to delete the current value, and I'm going to paste in my own value over here. So another thing that we can do inside of Burp Suite is we can get the rendered version of this this response. So the rendered version is basically what the web browser is going to show you. So you can click on render, and it's going to show you exactly what would be output by a web browser. So with this new value over here, we're going to send this, and it seems like it didn't go. It seems like it didn't go through. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to send just one word, and the word is going to be testing. So we're going to encode that, and then I'm going to copy this string, and go to Burp Suite and provide that value. Okay, and then when we send that, we're going to go back to the render view. I'm going to send that, and then we get the output that we put in right there. So it says testing pedals. So we were able to encode something into base64, and then send that to the web app, and we're able to get that back. So this was decoded from base64, and then it was sent to the web app, and the web app sent it back to us. So we can use this this method of encoding and decoding to get OS command injection, this kind of exploit on the system. And we're able to do that because after a lot of testing, we figured out that that there was a certain Linux program being used to send to interpret this command right here, and the program being used was what was it? Let's go back. Hold on. So I also use ChatGPT to do research when I'm hacking against different challenges, and I think What is the name of that I think it was awk. I think the name. You're right, right. So the name of the program that was being used to send commands was the awk command, and the awk command actually has a built-in function to run additional OS commands. So let me ask about that particular. Can you tell me the method that the awk, or tell me the function that the awk command uses to run other system commands? Right, so we use the system function over here. And what we did with this system function is that we got the system to download a malicious file. And the malicious file was a PHP script. And it was, let me look up the PHP script. So reverse shell PHP, I think it was this one right here. So this is a PHP reverse shell script that I got from this website over here called Pentest Monkey. And what this is a script that that connects to a remote server on a specific port. So we were able to upload this reverse shell PHP script to the target using the wget command. So we crafted a command that looked kind of like this. So what we encoded using base64 was system, and then system, it was wget, and then the name of the reverse shell script file. It was php reverse shell.php, something like this. And in that way, we were able to upload the reverse shell script to the server, and then we set up a netcat shell, a netcat reverse shell listener rather, and we did so like this. So it's netcat, and then what I like to do is I usually like to work on port 443, and this is a netcat reverse shell listener. We start it up, and then it listens on our attacking machine's port 443, and then inside the web browser, (10.0.2.93). I think it was called reverse shell. What is the name of the file? Let me grab that. Reverse dash php dash reverse dash shell.php. Okay, let me copy this. And then we went over to okay, we don't need this. Right. PHP reverse shell.php. Let me add on the HTTP on the top of there. Okay, so when we ran this file on the server, we see that the web browser tab hangs, and that means that we probably got a response. So if we look over at our reverse shell listener, we got a connection from the victim machine, which is in this case is 10.0.2.93. So from here, we upgrade our netcat shell, because the netcat shell is not very useful. what we want to do is we want to find out if there's Python on this system, and there's a Python 3. So we can use Python 3 and then issue a command that's going to be import pty and then pty.spawn, and then it's going to be bin bash. And that upgrades our shell. So we've got a slightly better shell. And after that, we found that that for some reason we were able to do sudo commands on the system. So we found out that we can run this particular script inside of the rows user's home directory, and that was diary.py rather. So let's go over to the home directory and the rows user's home directory, and then we saw that there was this diary I think there was a diary directory in here. So this is a diary directory, so we need to enter it. And there was this diary.py file over here. So if we cat out the diary.py file, it imports the pickle, the pickle module, and then it runs some commands using the pickle module. But that's not actually the important thing. We don't need to use the pickle module to do our lateral privilege escalation. So what I think we need to do is we need to become the rows user. In order to become the rows user, we could use the particular sudo command that we were allowed to run as the rows user's account, which is this script right here. The important thing to note is that we imported the pickle module inside of this script, and in the same directory as the diary.py script over here, we can write to this directory. And the interesting thing about how Python scripts import files is that they usually look at the current directory first as a location from which to import their modules. So we created a malicious pickle module. So this pickle.py over here. So we created this malicious pickle.py file, knowing that when we ran the diary.py script, it would look in the current directory, which we have write access to for some reason, which means that we could use the malicious pickle.py script to hijack the script and do what we want it to do. And if you take a look at the pickle.py file over here, all this pickle.py, this Python script does is that it opens up a new shell. So because we're running this as sudo as rows, it opens up Rose's shell, Rose's bin bash shell. So once more, we do sudo l, and we can run this file right here. So Python 3, we can run that on the diary.py script. So we're going to copy that. So we're going to do sudo and then user rows, and then we're going to paste in the command that we can do. When we run this script, we become rows. Because when we run the script looks in the current directory to import the pickle module. And because we created a malicious pickle module in the directory, in the same directory as the diary.py script, then we were able to get the script to import a malicious module and run its commands, which gave us our shell as rows. So now what we need to do, this is where we left off, and what we need to do is we need to figure out how to escalate our privileges to the root users. So if we do sudo l again, we can run as root, we can run plantbook. So there's a plantbook file in Rose's home directory. Okay, and so what does this plant book file do? What is this? So let's run file on .plantbook. So this is a script. So this script is we can run it as root, but what does it do? Let's read the file. Okay, so hello, echo hello, write the name of the flower that you found. Read flower. Echo nice flower submitted on the date. Okay, so this tells us that so Rose owns this file. Rose can edit this file. Rose can run this file as root. So I think all we need to do is edit this file. So if we were to just run this by itself, plant book, did I not? Plant book, why can I not run this? Okay, so let's try. Okay, let me try running this with the absolute file path. So it's home rose plant book. Hello, write the name of the flower you found. I'm going to write Daisy. And it says, nice Daisy submitted on this date. Okay, great. Okay, so because we can edit this file and we can run this file as root, we can get it. You can use it to get a root shell. So all we need to do is add a last line to the end of this script file. So we just need to echo bin bash and append this to the plantbook file. So I'm just going to rose.plantbook. .plantbook. Okay. And then when we cat.plantbook, we have this bin bash at the end over here. And because we can run this plantbook as sudo with no password, we can get a root shell. So one more time, we can run it as root with no password, bin bash, and then we run plantbook over here. All right, so all we need to do now after we've modified the script is to run the file as root. So we're going to sudo this right here, copy it, paste it, and then when we run this, we have to supply a flower name, Rose. Okay, so now we are root at flower. So if we ask who am I, it says we are root, so we can celebrate by redeeming I'm root in
I'm system root.
Okay, so we became root because we were able to adjust the script that we were able to run as sudo for some reason on the system. And that means we can move into the root directory, and then we can read root.txt, which is this. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna submit this. I'm gonna submit these flags real quick on the website. Once again, if you have any questions about how we compromise the system, or any other questions about cybersecurity, please let us know in the chat. I enjoy answering questions, and we're here to help people get into cybersecurity. Where are we? We're at this right here. So I'm going to submit a flag. And then I'm going to submit the user flag. Let me grab that user flag. Cat home rows user.txt. Okay. So grab that flag as well, and then I can finish off. We can call this system compromised. All right, so that should be the end of this flower system over here. Okay, that was actually a very interesting. That was an interesting write-up. So we've got other write-ups. There was an interesting box rather. So I guess we've got other users who have YouTube videos. Interesting. Oh, they've got Billy accounts. Okay, some other users also have YouTube accounts. I think I might make up a write-up for this machine and submit it myself because I have a YouTube page. Once again, if anybody else wants to do some hacking over at hackmyvm.eu, you can do so from the following website over here. So if you want to do that, of course you're going to need to have a Kali machine, or a Kali Linux machine, or some other cybersecurity distribution of Linux. Or I guess you could use Windows if you really wanted to. That's not what I do, but if you want a video that teaches you how to install Kali Linux on your machine, I've got a YouTube page. Look, I'm live! That's great! Okay. So I've got a video that teaches you how to do just that, and it's this one right here. So I'll provide this the link to this video in the chat, just in case anybody wanted to watch that. But are there any other... So what else could I do? I've got a few minutes left before we need to get ready for the next class. So over here, I'm going to exit out of here. And I'm going to shut down my virtual machine. So I've got my virtual machine running. Oh, where is it? I got my virtual machine running over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to shut it down. Okay, because we don't want to run too many resources on this machine that I'm streaming on. I don't want to run out of memory. That would be unfortunate. Okay. So let's hunt for the next thing that we can do. So we can do a little bit of the Hack My VM labs. So Hack My VM has a couple of war games. So war games are basically CTF challenges that exist online and are available 24/7 for people to access. So I was working on this one right here called Chapter 2 Hades. So Hades is a more difficult war game than the first one in the series, which is called Venus. So if you wanted to participate in these challenges over here, and just to anybody who's watching right now, there's a live CTF game going on right now that is going on for the entirety of October, and it's the Huntress CTF. So the Huntress CTF is being, where is it? CTF Huntress. I guess I'm going to provide the name of Huntress CTF. Right, it's over here. Okay. So this CTF challenge is running for the entirety of October, and if you're interested in participating, then you can do so from the following link over here. But the interesting thing about this CTF challenge is that you're going to need a team to participate. So you can join your own team. But we have a HackerFrogs team that you can join as well. So if for some reason you want to join the competition, you don't have a team, you can join the HackerFrogs. Let's see, the HackerFrogs. I think this is how I spelled. Okay, I can't find it. Interesting, but just trust me that the HackerFrogs, you can join the team if you were to be on the website. Okay. Anyways, we were talking about the Hades CTF. So Hades has a CTF lab over here. You're going to have to access it via SSH, and all the information is at this page over here. Kid Boo, hello, hello, nice to see you here. We're going to be here for about another 20 minutes, and then we're going to be starting a new HackerFrogs class. That's going to be starting at the top of the hour. But Kid Boo, I'm going to redeem a fun video redeem for you. This one is the bully bird. It's one bird bullying another, but it's kind of cute. Okay. So if you want to participate, go ahead and log in via SSH using these credentials over here. And you can do so from your terminal. It's going to be SSH hacker at hades.hackmyvm.eu, port 6666. Very spooky. Okay. So after you do that, it's going to ask you for the password. So the password is be good. So it's be good, exclamation point, and then we're logged in. Okay, so each one of these labs, in each level in this this Hades lab over here, there's going to be a mission.txt file that we need to read. And it says here that the user Acantha has left us a gift to obtain her powers. So user Acantha has left us a gift to obtain her powers. This could mean a lot of different things, but one thing that we can do is we can start looking for files that belong to either us or belong to the user Acantha. And what we can do is we can use the find command. So we're going to find in the entire file system. We're going to look for files that belong to Acantha, and all of the error messages we're going to send to devnull. So we can run this, and the only thing that appears is the password over here, acanthapass.txt. So I think we can zargs ls that. Okay, no, we can't. Actually, no. Zargs ls-la. Okay, so this probably has our password in it, but the problem is that we can't read it because we're not the user Acantha. So what we're going to do is we're going to look for... Actually, zargs is a pretty good idea. So what we're going to do now is we're going to look for files that belong to the Acantha group. So in this case, we've got this limbo.txt, and we've got this, So this limbo.txt file, I think we can read it. No, we can't read it because it doesn't have public read access on it. So the next step would be to look for files that our own user can read. So our user is called hacker. But the problem is that we're going to get a lot of files in the process directory when we run this command. So what we're going to do is we're going to grep v for exclude, and we're going to exclude anything that that is in the process directory. So we're going to run this. and we only have these 3 files. So once again, if we can't find files that belong to the user hacker, we can look for files that belong to the group hacker. Okay. Oh, Kid Boo, by the way, could you tell me how the volume on the music is? If the music is too loud or too soft, let me know. Okay, so here we've got some different output. So because we looked in the group under the group hacker files, we see that we have this these new files that we got, and we've got this one in here called gift_hacker in the opt directory. So if we were to run lsla on it, opt gift_hacker. We see here that this is an executable file. Whoops. No, I was looking for a file. I'm going to see what kind of file this is. So we can't run the file command, but I get the feeling that this is a executable file because it has the super user ID bit set on it, indicated by this S over here. So if we were to run this file, so opt gift_hacker, then we become the user Acantha. So because we've become the user Acantha, we've successfully completed this mission. We're going to move into Acantha's directory, home directory, and then we're going to read her password. So one more time, we're going to find files that belong to the user Acantha, and we're going to grep out all of the process. Hold on, we're going to tack this onto the end. So we're going to pipe this into grep v and not output anything that is in the process directory. So we've got this password right here for Acantha. So it's going to be, so we're just going to read that. /pas/Acantha. And it's this right here. Okay, thank you very much for following Jug Pearl. Jug Pearl, welcome to the stream, and let's give you a fun video redeem. This one is called the Stellar Jade. This is more of those black and blue birds that I love and come to my bird feeder to eat every day. Okay, so we've got the password for Acantha. So this is mission complete. So since we're the Acantha user right now anyways, we don't necessarily have to shift. We don't necessarily have to log out. So we see here that there's this mission over here, mission.txt file. User Acantha has left us a gift to obtain her powers. So wait. So I'm going to enter home Acantha. Oh, I think it was called pwned. Pwned Acantha is the cd pwned Acantha. Acantha. Permission denied. I guess we're gonna have to log in using this password. Actually, no. I think I can switch users. Su Acantha. Okay, I'm not allowed to switch users, so I'm gonna exit. So we're going to SSH as Acantha. Acantha. And then I'm going to insert the password. So paste in the password. Okay, so now we're on the second level of the game. In the second level of the game, we're going to cat mission.txt to find out what we need to do. So the user Alala has left us a program. If we insert the 6 correct numbers, she gives us our password. So that sounds straightforward enough. So we've got this guess file in the directory. It belongs to, it was created by root, but it's part of the Acantha group, so we can access it. And we can execute this and we can read this. So if we were to run this, it's going to ask us for a pin code. We do not know the pin code. I think it's 6 numbers. It says no. Okay. So in this case, what we can do is we can brute force this program to see if we can get the correct password. So we're going to give this program every combination through a bash script, and I think we can write this as a bash one-liner. So over at ChatGPT, we're going to say we have a program in Linux named guess. Is it guess uppercase or lowercase? It's got lowercase. Named guess. It is a binary that gives us a password if we supply the correct 6-number pin. Write me a bash one-liner that will brute force the application. Brute force the binary. Okay. So you can write a simple for loop in a bash one-liner to brute force a 6-digit pin by iterating through all possible combinations from 0000 to 99999 and pass them as an input to the guess binary. Here's a bash one-liner to do that. Okay, so what does this one-liner do? So for I in sequence, from 0000 to 99999, we're going to do echo the number, and then we're going to feed this into the guess binary. And then after it is done, it's going to break. Okay, so I guess you know what we should do is we should supply a pattern to check against. So the pattern to check against is no. Can we change the one-liner to check if the response no is present and break after the no response is not received? Okay, so for I in the sequence, do echo that number into guess, and we're going to grep q no. And if no is not received, then we're going to echo the correct pin is this number and then break. So let's copy this code, and then let's supply this code to So paste our clipboard. This is our loop. So we're going to run this on the guess binary over here, and it's going to brute force iterate through all these numbers, and once it finds a valid number, it's going to break and tell us what the correct answer is. So we run this. Did this break? We'll just give this a minute or two to do its thing. If it's really stuck, then we can go back and take care of it. But let's take a look at the code over here. So for I in the sequence, do echo 1, pipe into dot guess, grep q no. We're looking for the no. Silently checks if the output contains no. If grep does not find no, the guess is correct, it echoes the correct pin and breaks the loop. Alright, so let's take a look and see if we receive anything. So I guess it doesn't find anything yet. Unless there's something incorrect about the one-liner here. Let's get out of here. I'm curious why this doesn't show us any output. Let's ask about that. So we were previously looking at this burp suite stuff. I can close out this burp suite stuff. Could remove Q to see output. Oh, that's true. We were doing it grep quietly. This doesn't seem to give us... Oh, no. It shows us all the no's. I guess... Well, I mean, at least we know that it is running now. Okay? So, let's... So I was just in Burp Suite previously, but I want to get out of Burp Suite because Burp Suite is taking up system resources. So one more time, we're on Pebble. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a fun video redeem. And this one is going to be go to hack.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle.
Yes.
You hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Pebble, I hope you're having a great day. And let's see. I think Pebble, you stream, right? I'm pretty sure that you're on the InfoSec streamers list. But anyways, we're going to be doing... Oh, we have a class to teach. We have a class to teach. Okay. Sorry. We're going to have to put a pin on this because we're going to be teaching our HackerFrogs after school class. All right. So everybody, if you're here for... I'm taking my LPI. Any advice where to study? LPI. LPI, isn't that an English test? What is the LPI test? Oh, Linux Essentials. Linux Professional Institute. Okay. Linux Essentials, where should you study? Let's see. There's a very good... Where are the best Linux courses? So, okay, so just before we... There's one from Hack the Box that's really good. Hack the Box Academy. Linux. Linux Fundamentals course. So there's a Linux Fundamentals course from Hack the Box Academy. Let me grab you the link. Sorry, I thought I thought LPI was referencing some sort of English proficiency test. And for... Okay, so I'm going to ban this person who's advertising cheap viewers. Sorry, I don't need them. Okay, so this is the module right here. If you don't have an account over at Hack the Box, you're going to have to make one, but this is, from what I saw, this was a pretty good course. So if you're looking to learn Linux, that's where you'd go. Alright, so everybody, if you're here for the for HackerFrogs Linux, please let me know in the chat. Please say HackerFrogs Linux or something. HackerFrogs Linux! Exclamation point! Smiley face, like this. Okay. All right. So let's get the Linux lesson going. So okay. So this is Linux HackerFrogs After School Linux Basics with PicoCTF Part 4. So to do this, to participate with us, you're going to need an account over at picoctf.org. If you do not have an account at picoctf.org, go ahead and make an account over here at this link that I've supplied to the chat. No, wait, where? I got too much stuff going on in my terminal. Deshandiz, hello, and welcome. Nice to see you here. Okay, so, hey there, HackerFrogs. This is the 4th Intro to Linux OS Operations workshop. In the previous workshop, we learned about the following Linux commands. So we learned all about stuff like the netcat command. Netcat is a versatile computer networking program, and one common use of netcat, with PicoCTF challenges anyways, is to connect to non-standard services on remote servers. We learned about command piping. Command piping is the process of passing the output of one command into the input of a second command via use of the Linux pipe character. We learned about the base64 command. The base64 command encodes and decodes data according to the base64 codec. It is often used to convert data for transmission across computer networks. So we learned about this command while we were solving challenges. We learned about the echo command. The echo command is used to create output equal to whatever is supplied to it. It can be used to supply input to another command through command piping. And we learned about output redirection. Output redirection is a feature in Linux which can be used to direct the output of commands and write that output to a file. So what we're going to do is we're going to access a Linux console to practice using Linux, and it's going to be this this web-based Linux called JS Linux. So I'm going to grab a link for JS Linux. So JS Linux is basically a fully functioning Linux virtual machine, and it's great for practicing Linux. And I've supplied the link in the chat for everybody. Well, the problem is T Paradox Matrix just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much, T Paradox Matrix. All right, so what we're doing now is thank you for subscribing on YouTube. But inside of JS Linux over here, the only disadvantage to using JS Linux is that it doesn't connect to other websites very well. So you can't connect to other websites or download web pages or contact other machines on the internet using this virtual machine. But that's okay, because if this virtual machine allowed us to do that, it would be kind of a bad thing, because bad people could use it to do bad things. But anyways, we're going to be learning about a few different concepts before we start doing our challenges. So we're going to learn about the AND operator. So this is an operator which is used to execute commands as a background process. This means that the CLI terminal will be free to execute other commands while the process is running. So, for example, if we were to use the find command inside of our JS Linux, and we were to look for some file name that doesn't exist, then it's going to take a long time to come back to us. So what we can do is we can tack on the AND operator to the end of this command in order to run this as a process, and that means we can keep on using our terminal while this process is running. So inside of your terminal, where were we? the JS Linux terminal over here, if you do find, and actually it's even more prominent if you use the grep command, but let's use the find command anyway. So it's find, and then in the entire file directory, we're gonna look for something that doesn't exist, like HackerFrogs. So this file doesn't exist in the file system, so it's going to take a long time to return. So lastly, what we're going to do is we're going to add on the AND operator. Some people call this an ampersand. So if we're to run that, then it says that this command has been turned into this process over here called 101. So if we didn't add this ampersand to the end of it, then we're not going to be able to use the console while this command is going on. So if we type PS to take a look at the running processes, we'll see that our find process is running right now with the process ID equal to 101. So if we wanted to get rid of this process, we could run the kill command, and then we run it with the number of the process we want to eliminate, which is 101. And then when we run the process command again, we see that 101 is missing because we killed it. Okay, what else do we need to learn? So this is the AND operator. We use it to background a process. So it's very useful when you're going to run a command that's going to take a long time to complete, but you still want to use the terminal while the process is running. The next one is the double ampersand operator. So it's used to execute the two commands to the left and right of the operator, one after another, but will only execute the second command if the first command executed successfully. So in this case, we've got who am I and pwd for present working directory. If we run this command, it's going to run who am I, which tells you your user account, and then pwd, which is the directory that you're in. So we could do this with other commands. Where were we? JS Linux. So inside of JS Linux, we could do cat hello.c, and then we can do and something else. So something else would be who am I? Okay, so this is going to read the hello.c file, and then after that's done, it's going to return the who am I command. So this is the contents of the hello.c file, and then it returns the output of the who am I command, which is root. So this is useful if you want to run. This is one way you can run several commands at once. So if you wanted to run multiple commands, there's another way to do it as well. You can do who am I, the first command, and then you can use the semicolon to end the command. And then you can do, I don't know, host name, which returns the name of the computer that you're using. And then you can end that. And then you could run pwd, which returns the name of the present working directory. So this is going to run three commands, this one, and then this one, and then this one. The commands are separated by the semicolon over here. So who am I, and then host name, and then pwd. Okay. So next, let's learn another new command. So this lesson is less about solving challenges and more about covering a bunch of different Linux commands that might not be covered by any of these challenges that we've been working through over the last week or so. So this next command is something that we've taken a look at, which is the greater than operator. So the greater than operator takes the output of the command and redirects it into a file. Okay, so user Tommy C6 says, do these work with the man command too? Are you talking about Are you talking about man? So the problem with man is that man brings you into a separate term, like kind of a pseudo terminal. Man. Well, let's test this out. Okay, hold on. Let's go back to our JS Linux. So Tommy C6 asks if we did man and then greater than. Do man greater than, and then we try to turn it into something like a file. Let's say we tried to turn into man.txt. Manual. Which manual page do you want? For example, man. Okay, so let's try man cat. Actually, we're going to be talking about the manual command later today as well. So this takes the contents of the manual command for cat and then turns it into this file right here. So, oh, you know what? It worked. So this all came out. So this was able to redirect the file, the command output of this command, and then turn it into a file called mancat. And then we were able to get this information over here. So it worked. Awesome. Okay, so let's clear this off. So we were talking about... So basically, the problem is with using this operator is if there's already a file with the same name that you try to create, it's going to overwrite the information in that file. So that's why there's this other command over here, the double greater than operator. So the double greater than operator works in a very similar fashion to this first one, but if a file with the same name exists in the directory, the output is added to the file instead of overwriting the file. So we could test this out. So usually when we do the greater than symbol, we often use the echo command. So it's actually a very easy way of taking notes. So we could echo. We need to probably put this between some quotes. This is the beginning of the notes file, and we're going to double greater than this into notes.txt. So if you run that command, then we see that the notes.txt file was created. So we get exactly what was echoed out, and then we redirected that into the notes.txt file. So if we were to echo something else, so if we were to echo something like, I'm now adding to the notes file, and then run this command, then you see that the notes file now contains these two lines, because this double greater than operator is going to append anything that's given to it if the file with the same name exists. So we've got two lines. The first one was created using this, and the second line was created using this. So we can keep on going with this. Maybe we can add something like, this is the last line of the notes file. And then we've just kept on adding stuff to the notes file over here. All right. So if, like I said, I'm not a super expert about any of this, but if you have a question about how any of these commands work, you can go ahead and ask in chat. And what we can do, if I don't have the answer immediately, I can search for the answer, or we can do some experimentation to find out how exactly this stuff works. Because that's what we're here to learn. We're here to learn. Where were we? Here. So the next command we're going to learn about is the touch command. So the touch command is used to create empty files with the file name specified in the argument. So another thing that we can do with the touch command is basically update the last modified value of a file by using touch on it as well. But this command is usually used to create empty files with whatever you supply to it. So if you go over to JS Linux and we do touch test.txt, then we'll see that there's a file in here called test.txt, except that because we create it with the touch command, it's an empty file. So if we run file on this, it'll tell us that it's empty because the content is exactly 0 bytes large. Next, the cp command. This is the copy command. It's going to copy files from one directory to another. The first argument is the file to be copied, and the second argument is the directory the file is to be copied to. Alright, so this copy command, why do I keep on doing that? So this copy command is going to let us copy files from one directory to another. So the first thing we need to do is we need to create a directory to copy things to. So let's do make directory test directory. Okay. So we've got our notes file over here. So if we wanted to copy this over to the test directory, we would do copy notes.txt, and then the second argument to the command is the place where we want to put it. So we're going to put it in the test underscore directory. Okay, so when we run this command, and then we ls test directory, we see that the notes.txt file has been copied there. So we can also move into the test directory to see that the file has been copied to there as well. Okay, so does anybody have any if you have any questions about the copy command, you can go ahead and leave them in the chat as well. But I think you can rename the files when you're copying them over. So if we were to copy man.txt and move it into test directory, I think we can rename this. So I'm going to call this manual.txt. I think what this is going to do is it's going to copy over man.txt, but also rename it to manual.txt. So if we take a look, so yeah, you can also rename the files while you're copying them over. So that's handy. Okay, next command is the move command. So the move command is used in a very similar fashion to the copy command, except that the original file will not remain in its original directory. This command is also used for modifying the names of files. So if you want to rename a file, there's no rename command inside of Linux. You have to use the move command in order to rename files. So let's demonstrate this. So back at JS Linux, how did this get so big? Hold on. Okay, so we've got let's move into our test directory. So in the test directory, we've got manual.txt and notes.txt. If we wanted to move this to one directory up, we could do mv notes.txt. Say we wanted to move notes.txt. We're going to move it into .. / and .. / in this case, in Linux terminology, means the directory that is above this one. So we're in the tester directory. We want to move it one directory up. So we can just give this command, and then the notes.txt file is going to move. Actually, we should probably rename this because there's already a notes.txt file there. So we're going to rename this notes2.txt. So when we give this command, and then we were to look at the contents of the parent directory here, we see that notes2 was moved over there, and we'll also see that the notes file is no longer in our current directory because we moved it. So the other thing we can do with the move command is we can rename files using it. So we've got our manual.txt file in here. We can move it. Move manual.txt and we can rename it. We can call it renamed.txt. So we give this command, and the manual.txt file has been renamed to renamed.txt. Okay. So next we're going to talk about the help flag. So the help flag can be used as part of any command to return a relatively brief explanation as to how to use the command. So for any command in Linux, so for cat or ls or cd, any of these commands, you can add --help in order to get a short help output for that particular command. So inside of JS Linux, we can do cat --help. So this is going to give us the help text for the cat command. So it shows you all of the different switches and flags you can use with the command. This is very useful. But most of the time when you're working inside of an environment where you have access to the internet, you can probably use ChatGPT to get the same sort of output here. And in fact, we've got our ls, right? --help. We can run this help command here, and it'll show you all of the different switches we can run with the ls command, and there's a lot of them. But most of the time, when we're working in an environment where we can access the internet, I prefer to use ChatGPT to answer questions like if I have questions about specific commands. For example, I could ask using ls in Linux, how do you output in a list format and also reveal hidden files? So I'll ask something like this. I'll ask for a particular command syntax, and it's usually going to give us the correct answer over here. So to display files in a list format, including hidden files, using the ls command, you can combine the L and A options. For example, ls-la. It also gives you an explanation over here. So it's useful to know that there is a help command. Why do I keep on going here? It's useful to know that there's a help command for all of your programs inside of Linux, but mostly it's helpful if you don't have access to the internet, because then you have to rely on the documentation of these commands to get any help on them, basically. So that being said, we're going to do a challenge now, okay? So what I want you to do is I want you to log into your picoctf the picoctf website, and if you don't have an account, go ahead and make one at this link over here. After you've logged in, you want to go to the practice page. And in the practice page, you're going to want to create your web shell. And so the picoctf web shell is another Linux environment, and this is a Linux environment specifically used for solving picoctf challenges. So just scroll down a little bit, and then click on this button right here. The button is labeled web shell. Click on it. So it's going to say starting web shell session. And if for some reason your web shell session doesn't start, you can reset, I think. So reload web shell terminal, you can just click on that. What you want to see is you want to see it log you in. Unfortunately, I seem to be having connection issues. Just a second. So I'm going to reload this page. Okay, click on the web shell button. And then you'll see that you're logged into the web shell. But we don't want this web shell. The web shell is kind of small and a bit cramped, so we want to click on this button right here, labeled Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. So Tommy C06 says download more RAM. Yeah, obviously I need to download more RAM. Thank you very much. But after you've started up the CTF the web shell, you need to click on this button right here labeled Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. Click on that. And then your terminal is going to be put into full screen in its own browser tab. This is what we want. So the picoctf web shell terminal is very useful because it allows us an environment to solve picoctf challenges, and also we have our own home directory, and we can solve challenges inside of it. I'm going to get rid of this file right here. I was doing this for the other class. Okay. So after we've logged into our picoctf web shell, we can solve the challenge that we're going to be doing. So everybody, if you've managed to successfully log into your picoctf web shell, please type in the chat web shell up smiley face. Okay. So let me get the session info. So this is the challenge we're going to do. It's called Wave a Flag. Web shell up smiley face is what I like to see. Okay, so after you've connected to the web shell, please go to this link over here that I provided in the chat, and that'll bring you to the Wave a Flag challenge. Okay, so the description for the challenge says, Wave a Flag. Can you invoke help flags for a tool or binary? This program, and Deshandiz is also web shell up. Great to see, great to see. So please go to the link that I provided in chat and we can start the challenge. So the description says, can you invoke help flags for a tool or binary? This program has extraordinarily helpful information. So there's a downloadable link over here. So what you need to do is highlight the link and then right click and then copy it. Tommy C says this is above my skill set. Don't worry. Don't worry if you're having a little bit of trouble with this with what we're dealing with. Please let us know. I definitely don't want anybody to be left behind. If you want any explanations as to what we're doing with our commands, please also feel free to ask questions. So what we're going to do in the challenge is download the file that's associated with the challenge. So just highlight the link over here, right click, and then select copy link. And Tiberius is raiding with the party of 29. Welcome, raiders. We're doing our Linux Basics course right now. So if you're here to learn some Linux basics, feel free to join in. Cypher Enigma is now a HackerFrog. Thank you very much. Whoop whoop. Yes. Okay. Let's celebrate with a little bit of Hack the Planet. And Xerox Tiberius, thank you very much for following. You are now a HackerFrog. What are we doing? Oh, we have to wait for all of this. Maticus Maximus is also following. Thank you very much. Okay, so after you copy the link inside of the challenge, you need to go over to your web shell, and the web shell has ended. Let me restart that. So what you need to do is you need to use wget to download. Cypher Enigma, thank you very much. And Hack the Planet, it finally went through. Okay, so before we download the file, what we need to do is we need to create a directory to work within. So we're going to do mkdir to create a directory, and we're going to name this directory Wave, because the name of the challenge is Wave the Flag. So mkdir Wave, and then enter the directory by using the cd command, cd wave. So now that we're inside the directory, we can start solving our challenge. So to solve the challenge, we're going to use the wget command, and then we're going to paste in the address. So just wget and then space, right click, and then select paste. That's going to paste in the address that we copied. Hit enter, and that's going to download the file. So after you've downloaded the file, if you do the ls command, you should see that this file is inside the this file is in our current directory. So if we use the file command to take a look at what kind of file this is, we see that this is an executable file. So does anybody remember? So okay. One more thing we need to keep in mind is that executable files, when we download them, are not executable by default. So if we do ls la and we take a look at this file, we see that the file permissions do not allow us to execute this file. If this were an executable file, then you should see an X beside these file permissions right here. So the R and the W stand for read and write. And if it were here, there would be an X, and that means that there are executable permissions on this file. So there are no executable permissions on this file, so we can't run the file. So we can change that by using the change mode command in Linux. So usually to add executable permissions to a file, we just do chmod plus X, and then the name of the file we want to modify. So it's just like this. And then after that, we'll see that the file has turned green, and in this shell, that means that we can execute it. Deshandiz asks, can we go back? I missed something. Can you tell us where you missed something, and then we can go back? So just let us know where you missed a step, and then we can tell you how to get back on track. So for this challenge, what we did was we went to the description, and in the description of the challenge for Wave a Flag, which you can access from this link, we copied the link. So this program is the link. We right-click, select copy link, and then go back to our web shell. Does every file turn green if it's executable, or only in this scenario? So basically, different shells have different indicators of files. So for example, inside of the picoctf web shell, green files are executable files are indicated by a green file name, but inside of my Kali Linux over here, oh, why am I still here? So for example, if I were to exit out of here, so inside of my Kali Linux, I've got an executable file, and in this case, it's a kind of cyan color, so like a teal color over here. So different shells have different color schemes, and a lot of shells don't color code their files at all. So color coding is only a convenience for some shells, but not all shells have color coding. So I hope that helps. Deshandiz says, I copied the link incorrectly. Oh yeah, no worries. You have to make sure when you're copying the file. Where are we? When you're copying the file, you just have to make sure that you select copy link, and not, so it has to be copy link specifically, and not just copy, because if you just select copy, then it's going to just copy this text, this program text. So what were we doing? Okay. So now that we've downloaded the file, and remember, you download the file using wget. Chrome says copy link address. That's correct. So it just needs to give you the gist of copy link address instead of just copy the text. So after we've used so let me demonstrate one more time. So the warm file over here has to be executable for us to complete the challenge. And you make it executable with the chmod command. So it's chmod plus X, and then the name of the file you want to make executable. So the important thing is that if a file is executable, you will see when you do the LSL output, you'll see this X over here in the file permissions over here. We'll talk about file permissions in a little bit. Which is the scope? Which is the scope? Luciano 666. I'm not too sure what you're referring to there, but welcome to the chat. So what we're doing is we're solving PicoCTF challenges. So if you have an account at PicoCTF, you can solve the challenge along with us over at this link right over here. So in the web shell, after we make the file executable, we can run the file. So we can run files in our current directory by doing // and then the name of the file. So // is going to let you execute a file in the current directory and then supply the name of the file. So it says, hello user, pass me a -h to learn what I can do. So we can do exactly what the binary is telling us to do. So we can do /warm and then tac, well, it asks us to do -h for help. So run that. And then it says, oh, help? I actually don't do much, but I have this flag here. And then we have the flag. So this exercise was all about using the help flag on a binary. So I think if we do --help, it should give us the same message. I don't know what help means, but I knew what -h means. Okay, great. Okay, so we can copy this flag and complete the challenge now. So all you need to do is highlight the flag value over here, and then select copy. Then go over to the challenge, and the challenge is going to have a flag submission field at the bottom over here. Just click into that and paste in the flag. Click on submit flag, and then the challenge is finished, or at least it should be, if the website wasn't acting up. Okay, so I'm going to click on submit flag again. So something that could be happening right now is that the PicoCTF website could be down, but this is the correct flag, and we should be able to submit the flag. Oh, we got it. Okay, so I guess you need to submit it more than one time. Oreo Bite, hello and welcome. Nice to see you here. And let's learn a couple of more commands about from Linux before we tackle our next challenge. Okay, so we're just covering some commands that aren't necessarily covered in challenges, and we just finished this one. We're talking about Linux file permissions. So we're just doing our Linux class right now. Oreo Byte is video editing. But we're just covering a few more Linux commands before we wrap up the course. But we're talking about file permissions. Every file in the Linux file system has different read, write, and execute permissions, depending on whether a user is 1, the file owner, 2, part of a certain group, or 3, any other user. So, okay. So over here, we've got group 1, which is the first 3 of these letters. Group 2, which is the second 3 of these letters, and group 3, which is the third 3 of these letters. So the first 3 letters here, Vandal is now a HackerFrog. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Vandal. And what about the sticky bit? I think I'll explain about the sticky bit a little bit later. It's not something you necessarily need to know when you're a basic user. Okay, so these first 3 letters right here are the permissions for the file owner. So the file owner in this case is root. This is the first name that appears here. That's the file owner. And they have read, write, and execute permissions for this particular file. The second group over here, the second 3, is the group permissions. So the file can belong to a user, and it can also belong to a group. And the second group of 3 letters is the group permissions. We've got read, write, and execute. And the third 3 letters are for every other user on the system. So basically the global permissions for this file, which in this case is read, write, and execute. So these file permissions are very open. So if we go to JS Linux and we go to the root directory here, the top level directory, we see here that all of these files over here. So you don't usually see file permissions with the ls command unless you use the L flag over here, which prints in a list form. But we'll see here that most of these files, the file owner has read-write permissions, the group has read permissions, and everybody else has read permissions for this particular file right here. So permissions are kind of permissions. Most regular users in a Linux system don't have to worry too much about file permissions. You just need to know that you have access to all of your files and you don't have access to other people's files. And you especially don't have access to system files. So this is what we're supposed to understand about Linux file permissions. Okay, next we're going to talk about the switch user command. So the switch user command is used to switch between active user accounts during a CLI session. When using the su command, the password of the user account being accessed must be entered. So basically, the su command is used to switch user accounts. Most of the time, if you're a regular user on a Linux system, you don't need to do this because you usually only have access to your own user account. But if you're doing cybersecurity stuff or hacker stuff, use this command to switch over to user accounts that you've compromised. So we actually have something to simulate this. So we're going to use, so I want you to take a look at this page over here, which has all of our session notes for today's Linux session. So inside of this document right here, this GitHub document, you're going to want to scroll down until you see this section right here, make a new user in JS Linux. And we've got this code over here. So this code, you don't need to necessarily know what's going on in this code, but you just need to click on this button right here on this page, which is going to copy the code. So click on the button and it's going to copy the code. So, well, it's not code, it's Linux commands. And then what you want to do is go back to your JS Linux terminal here. And then you're going to right click and paste in the commands. So when you paste in the commands, you're going to see all this stuff over here. All you need to know is that these commands are going to add a user named HackerFrog to the system, and then this entry over here, HackerFrog and FrogPass, is going to be passed over to the password command, which is going to create a password. And then we're going to make the HackerFrog user over here a pseudo user. You don't need to understand completely, but just run the command. And after this is done, a new user named HackerFrog is going to be added to the system. And user Catastrophe says, howdy Catastrophe. Let's give you a fun video redeem. And this one is for the northern flickers. So these are great little woodpeckers that live in my area. And they sometimes come to my bird feeder to eat peanuts and stuff. Okay, so after we issue that command, we should be able to see that that HackerFrog is in the password file. So if we do cat and then / etc. / password, we can see all the users on the system. So we see here that among the different users on the system, there is HackerFrog here at the bottom. And this is the new account that we just created, And what we're going to do is we're going to use the su command to become this user. Cypher Enigma says, here for it. Hey, great to see, great to see. Thank you very much. So if we do, who am I? We are currently the root user. So the root user has the highest user privileges on a system. But say we wanted to switch users over to the HackerFrog user, we would do su HackerFrog. So switch user HackerFrog. I guess it's taking its time. Okay, so now we are now the HackerFrog user, and if we do who am I, it says we are now HackerFrog. But if we wanted to switch back to the root user, we would just need to use su root. Optionally, if you want to become the root user, you can just give the su command by itself, and it's going to automatically try to become the root user. It's going to ask us for the password. I don't think there's a password for this. Oh, or it might be talking about, so su, it might be referring to the password for this user, which is frog pass. Frog PASS. I guess maybe we can't become the root user again because we don't know the password for root. Anyways, all right. So if we want to do something that we normally can't do, and we're a sudo user, we can use the sudo command. Is the sudo command in my presentation here? Okay. Let's practice with JS Linux. We just did that. Okay, now let's talk about, sorry, there's a lot of stuff to cover in today's lesson. We're talking about noteworthy Linux file directories. So there are a lot of different directories inside of Linux. We're only going to talk about a few of these directories, because if we were to cover all of them, it would take a little bit too much time. So what are these directories inside of Linux? Remember that Linux is a file system, and the directories are kind of like a tree. And OreoByte, what about the do as command? The do as command is a command that's similar to the sudo command, but it allows you to perform commands in the context of another user. But this course is basically for regular users and not for admins. But yeah, thank you very much for referencing that. So we're talking about the different directories. For example, the /etc directory. This is where system files and user passwords are stored. So it's got a bunch of different system files, not necessarily programs, but files that are required for the system to run. Next is the /var directory. This is where log files and database files are stored. So this is also where web files are stored. So if you're using a Linux server as a web server, then most of the time the website is stored in this var folder. And next is the root folder. So this is the home directory for the root user, and it's typically the folder with the most secure access, because only the root user is supposed to have access to this directory. Notably, in most CTF challenges, Hans, Harry, Dervon, Felix just subscribed. That's a mouthful. But thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. But in most cybersecurity challenges, if you log into a Linux system and the goal is to become the root user, the final flag for the challenge is usually in the root directory. So this is what you need to know about the root directory. So for example, on JS Linux, so because the present working directory is root and we are not root, it says permission denied when we try to use the ls command. But we can actually use the ls command if we do sudo. So sudo is the command that lets you run a command as root, but usually it's going to ask you for the password for your current user if you're part of the sudoers list. So it's frog pass for this user, and then we get to run the command. So the next directory we're talking about is the /tmp directory. So this is the temporary directory, and all files here are deleted on a regular basis. So inside of this directory here, the tmp directory, all the files that are stored here are going to be deleted when the system is powered off. So you can kind of think of the tmp directory as kind of computer memory, because stuff that's stored in computer memory is also lost when the power is turned off. But notably, the tmp directory usually has very loose write permissions. So any user and any program can write directories to the tmp directory. And that's useful if you're doing hackery cybersecurity stuff, because you want a place where you can write your mischievous, malicious files. And the last directory we're going to be talking about is the home directory. The home directory is where individual user accounts are stored. So every legitimate user on a Linux system has a home directory. And the home directory is where you store all of your personal files. So inside of JS Linux, we have our HackerFrog user that we just created, and the HackerFrog user actually has a home directory because it was created when the user was created. So if we go to the home directory, we'll see that there's a HackerFrog directory inside of the home directory. So if we enter the HackerFrog directory there, we'll see that it's empty, but we've got all sorts of configuration files in here as well. So there are a bunch of files that are required for each user when they run certain programs, such as Emacs or Bash or whatever shell you're using over here. And these are all stored inside of the user's home directory. Okay, so we're going to cover the man command, and then we're going to finish up today's session. So the man command is going to bring up the manual document for the command specified in the argument. The documentation is more in-depth than the -- help flag. So if we go over to JS Linux, we can do man and then space and then any other command that's available on the system. And if it has a manual entry on it, it'll show us the manual for that command. For example, let's take a look at the cd command, the whoami command. This is a very simple command, so there shouldn't be very much documentation here. But if we run this, then we're going to get a lot of information about this command. So synopsis, whoami option, and it gives us a very simple summary of what the command does. Whoami is going to print the effective user ID, and then any flags or other arguments so we can send the command is going to be over here, and then some author information over here and the copyright. Great. So it says here at the bottom, you can press Q to quit out of this command. So press Q to quit out. Let's try a more complicated command. We could do man find. So the manual for the find command is probably going to be a lot of stuff. So let's just run this real quick. We're going to see that this one is a lot more in depth because the find command is a more complicated command. There's a lot more stuff to do. But basically, you can scroll with the up arrow key and the down arrow key and scroll through all of this output over here. There's a lot of stuff. But remember, at any time if you want to quit, you can just hit the Q key to quit out of this command. Okay. All right, so we're going to complete our last challenge for the day, and that challenge is the useless challenge. So let's practice some of the commands we've learned with the following challenge. This is the useless challenge, at this link right here, useless. Copy that URL. I'll provide it in the chat for anybody who wants to participate in the challenge. Okay, so let's go to the challenge now. This is the useless challenge. We're going to need to have a picoctf web shell for this as well. So the web shell is going to disconnect after you haven't been using it for a little bit. You just need to hit enter to reconnect to it. Okay, so over at the useless challenge, the description says there's an interesting script in the user's home directory. Additional details will be available after launching your challenge instance. So this is a challenge where we're going to have to connect to a server in order to complete it. So we just need to click on this blue launch instance button. So after you've done that, the virtual machine associated with the challenge is going to take a little bit of time to start up. So the server did not respond. Okay, let's click on the launch instance button again. So it seems that picoctf seems to be going a bit slow today, but let's just be patient. Okay, let's try that one more time. And let's start up my music again. The music stopped playing. Okay, so now it went through. So we can see that we've got about 15 minutes to solve the challenge. And the description here says the work computer is using SSH. We've been given a script which performs some basic calculations. Explore the script and find the flag. So we've got our host name, our port, our username, and our password. So all we need to do is we need to copy this information and make an SSH command to log into the server. So just copy this information here from Saturn all the way over here. So we're just going to copy this. And then we're going to go over to our web shell and we're going to paste this information in. So just right click, paste. So that's fine. We have our information here. We're going to use this information to create an SSH command. So we're going to SSH as the username, and the username is, was it player? Pico player. Okay, and the port is this one right here. Your port and my port are not going to be the same. So just keep in mind that the port number is not going to be the same between different users, but this Pico player @ so after the username we have to use the @ symbol, and then the name of the server is saturn.picoctf.net, and then we have to supply a port number. Before that we have to do -p and then space and then the port number. So it's 50029 for me, but for you it's probably going to be a different one. After you have your command all set up like this, hit enter. And then it's going to ask you, are you sure you want to continue connecting? The answer is yes. Type yes. And then it's going to ask you for the password. So the password for all the users in this challenge is password. So it's PASSWORD. You're not going to see any input. You're not going to see any output while you're typing the password. That's normal. Just type the word password and hit enter. Okay, so you should now be logged in. Tommy says thank you, and thank you very much, Tommy, for coming by. I'm here to teach people. So if you need any help with Linux, please let us know, and please ask any questions you have. So if you manage to successfully log in, and your prompt now says Pico player @ challenge, please type in the chat, I'm in. XD. Sure. Alright, so we've logged in. The program challenge says there's an interesting script in the user's home directory. So in the web shell here, we see this this file over here. It's called useless. we see that it is owned by the root user, and it's executable. So this is probably a binary file. If we run file on this file, it says it's a shell script file. That was unexpected. Okay, so we can also read this file, I think. So if we were to use cat, we could read the file because it's a script file. So here, so we're actually going to be talking about script files in the last session for the Linux course. But just know that script files are basically files that have a bunch of commands, a bunch of bash commands, that is to say Linux commands inside of them. Okay? So to run this file, we would have to do / and then the name of the file, useless. Okay? So it's / and then the name of the file to run a file in our current directory. So it says read the code first. So let's read the code with the cat command. It says here, the last thing it says in the script file, it says read the manual. So all we need to do is read the manual. Does anybody remember how to read the manual? If you answered MAN and then the name of the command, you are correct. Catastrophe, yes, that's correct. Tommy, you are also correct. So man useless, run that. This is a simple calculator script. So all you need to do is scroll down. Oh, you can't scroll. I think you can use the arrow keys. The arrow keys are also not working. I think you can hit the spacebar. So you hit the spacebar and that's going to progress you through this text over here. So we just needed to run the manual and then we got the flag. So the flag is right here. We use the manual command to access this. All you need to do is copy the flag and then go over to picoctf and then submit the flag over here. Hit submit flag. Bam, you are done. Okay. Everybody, if you managed to successfully do the useless challenge, please type in the chat, I'm not useless. Smiley face. You'll see here that after you solve the challenge, you'll see that the server that you are on kicks you out, and then you're no longer connected via SSH. Okay. All right, so we went a little bit over time, but let's do a little bit of a summary before we finish off today's Linux workshop, okay? So let's review some of the Linux commands that we learned in this workshop. So we learned about the help flag. The help flag can be used as part of any command to return a relatively brief explanation as to how to use the command. The man command brings up the manual document for the command specified in the argument. Documentation is more in-depth than the -- help flag. The AND operator is used to execute a command as a background process, which means that the CLI terminal will be free to execute other commands while the process is running. Tommy says, this helps a lot. I'm going through my bachelor's in cybersecurity. Hey, that's great to hear. I'm all about helping people who are getting started in cybersecurity. And yeah, if you want to stick around, we're going to be doing some hacking against some CTF boxes after this. So you might want to stick around for that. The double AND operator is used to execute the two commands to the left and right. So we talked about all these different commands. If you have any questions about any of these, then please let us know. In the next Linux OS operations workshop, we're going to be concluding our time with Linux by talking about Linux scripting and how to do terminal text editing. So Tommy says, I just passed my SSCP. I don't know that certification. What is the SSCP? You know what, who I could ask? I can ask ChatGPT. What is the SSCP cert? Does it know? System Security Certified Practitioner. Okay, it's validates candidates' technical skills, access control, security operations. Oh, okay. Yeah. I see. I haven't heard of this one. I haven't heard of this certification before, but it's from IC Squared. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Very cool. Okay. But yeah, that's the end of today's Linux OS operations session. We're going to be doing one last session for Linux OS operations on Wednesday. So on Wednesday at the same time, we're going to be concluding our time with Linux OS operations by learning about text editors and about shell scripting. So please look forward to that. It's going to be on Wednesday at the same time in a couple days. Hope to see you there. But next, we're going to be moving on into our free hacking section of the stream, and we're going to be working on the Vulny website. So this is a website that I recently discovered, and this is a service that's very similar to sites like VulnHub and sites like HackMyVM. And it's basically downloadable VMs that you can download and hack against. And this is a very minimalistic kind of interface, and that's actually it's very useful because all it is just a list of machines that you can hack against, and they're separated by categories. There's low, easy, medium, hard, and you can do write-ups for the systems after you've completed you've finished hacking. Deshandis, thank you very much for coming, and I hope to see you in the next session on Wednesday. Have yourself a good night. All right, so we're going to do about another hour of hacking. Cypher Enigma, thank you very much. Haven't seen this one yet. Oh, this website, yeah, this is actually this is a very recent discovery that I found. But this is a cool site, and we're going to be hacking against this Fing machine over here. And let me start up the machine just so we can get started. But if you wanted to take a look at this particular machine, I think it's number 9 on the list when you come onto the website. I don't think there's a dedicated page for this machine, but that's fine. There's a download link. That's the most important part. Okay, so I'm going to start up the machine on my network. So Cypher Enigma says, it's very cool that you download it and don't have to futz with networking. Yeah, that's true. You don't have to log in via OpenVPN or anything like that. But it is... So not all the machines that... So this machine over here actually gives you an IP address. And not all the machines are going to give you an IP address. But one more time, I'll demonstrate how to find the machine on your network if the IP address doesn't appear over there. So you can do... What was I? So you can do this command right here. So it's nmap-sn and then your IP range over here. So my network is on 10.0.2.0/24, so it's 255 hosts. It's not very big. So if I run nmap against this, I should be able to get results fairly quickly. So this is how I would be able to discover hosts on my network if I didn't know about them. So it's a useful nmap command. So there are only 3 hosts that are currently up. There's my gateway, which is at .1. I've got my current Kali box, which is at .22, and I've got the victim host, or the new host rather, at .24. So let's do some initial scans. So what I like to do is I like to do Nmap, and I like to do it very verbose, and I like to do it against all ports with 4 threads on whatever IP address I'm looking at. I think it was 24. Okay. So we're going to do very verbose output. We're going to scan against all the ports, and we're going to run 4 threads on it. And let's do that. So because the virtual machine is on my network, the results are going to come back very fast. So when we run Nmap, we find 3 ports over here. There's 80, there's 22, and there's 79. 79 is unusual. I've never seen 79 open on any other machine, I don't think. So we're going to run a second Nmap scan that specifies those ports, 22, 79, and 80. Marco Polisic says, thank you very much for the last Linux class. I would like to know if you do those classes daily and start at what time. So the classes for adults start at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So it's basically 1 hour ago that they start. And I run them on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. But the Linux course is actually very short. The Linux course is only 5 sessions long. The next series of courses that we're going to go through is the Python course, and that's going to be 8 sessions long. And then after that, we're going to do one for web app hacking, and that's going to be another 8 sessions long. But yeah, it's usually going to be at around this time, or an hour before, and it's going to be on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Python, yeah, no, Python, there's a lot of cool stuff about Python to learn. But we're going to be coming at it from a beginner's perspective, just so you know. So, okay, let's run our Nmap scan against these 3 ports. So, in addition to these other flags, we're going to send the SC flag to run common scripts, and we're also going to run it with the S_V flag to get version information. So let's run this. It's a commercial where you start talking about what I said. Thanks for the information. Thank you very much, Marco Polisic. I have a YouTube channel in case you wanted to subscribe, and you're probably on my YouTube channel right now because you're chatting inside of my chat. So if you wanted to subscribe, you'll know about when my streams go up from YouTube. Actually, you know what? What we're going to do... Cypher Enigma says, I always like seeing other folks' Nmap workflow. Yeah, you know what? That's what I like to do as well. I like to see what people are running with Nmap. Because it can be very informative seeing how other people run the program. I'm gonna redirect this into nmap.txt just in case I want to look at it later. Okay, so let's take a look at the Nmap output over here. So we've got our port 22. Usually there isn't anything vulnerable with port 22 for us to hack against, unless... Usually I don't look at port 22 unless it's I've run out of options. But in this case, I don't... Well, same here. I'm probably not going to look at port 22 unless there's something very, very funny about the output. So the next service is Finger. So Finger is a service. Wait, the name of this box is called Fing, and we found a Finger. The name of the box is Fing, and we found a Finger service. So this is probably the way in. All right. So I've never done any hacking against the Finger service, so this is going to be new to me. We also have a web page over here on port 80. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a Nicto scan. So Nicto is is a web app vulnerability scanner, and it's usually people like to make fun of Nikto because it's very old, but Nikto is, I find it useful because you can find some low-hanging fruit, and there's some low-hanging fruit vulnerabilities using Nikto, and oftentimes it'll give you it can find some interesting stuff. So that's why I run Nikto. So be sure to run it in screen. Be sure to run it in screen. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Cypher Enigma, running it in screen. But yeah, I've got this running, but I've got these other portions of the server's headers are not in the database. I'm not gonna send you my information. Okay, so we got the Apache server information right there. Screen like the old terminal multiplexer. So what I like to do is I like to open up a bunch of tabs and switch between tabs when I'm doing my my testing against these CTF boxes. So I usually have maybe 3 tabs or 4 tabs open. Otherwise, you could use stuff like tmux, but because there's this tab option in Kali Linux, I don't use tmux. But otherwise, I might. Tmux is kind of a pain to use sometimes, but it gets the job done. Massive kappa screen since we were talking old commands. Oh, sorry. Okay. Screen. Yeah. No, I'm actually not all that. I don't use that command. I'm sorry. But I do use tmux every once in a while. So what we were up to? I was going to do some manual enumeration on the website. So let's go to the website, and the website is HTTP, and then it's 10.02.24. This is a Debian default page. So there's probably not very much we can investigate on the website here, unless there's something hidden away inside the source code. I don't think there is. But I think the way in is by hacking this finger service. So I'm going to go to Hacktricks, and Hacktricks is one of my favorite websites to go to learn about new hacking stuff, because Hacktricks is a website that's maintained by the person who made linpeas and winpeas, which are 2 Linux and Windows privilege escalation scripts. So there's a lot of useful information here about hacking different services. So I'm going to talk about finger service. Okay, so we've got this article over here, which is about pen testing finger. Okay, let's leave all the dirty jokes at the door. Thank you very much for following Metatron33. Metatron33, thank you very much for following. Let's celebrate by redeeming a little something something. This is the frog song. This is a fun little sound bite that I found on a website. It sounds kind of like frogs. Let me know if you think it does too. Okay, hopefully that didn't blast your ears like it did mine. Okay, so let's see. So basic enumeration for this service, we can do banner grabbing basic connection. So we can netcat on port 79. So let's do that. So netcat 224, and it's port 79. So we are now connected to the finger service. Let's wait a little bit for the banner to come up. And if the banner does not come up, then we can Banner grabbing using Netcat. We can type root. So just keep in mind I've never used login root directory root, no mail, no plan, shell, bin bash, name root. So this gives us user information. So just keep in mind that I've never hacked against the I've never used the finger command before, and I've never interacted with the finger service before. So this is very new to me. So if you as the viewer have interacted with the finger service, please let us know. Catastrophe, I'm learning with you. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, so we're all going in. Most of us, anyways, are going in blind. So let's learn a little bit more about finger. Okay, so we did some user enumeration. So we did list users. So it's just at. Oh, okay. So let's do another one. We log into the finger service, and then we at. Is this how we do it? No. So do we just use the at symbol by itself? Okay, so finger at list users, get info of user, get info of user. Alternatively, you can use finger enum from Pentest Monkeys, for example. Oh, okay. So this is a tool that does enumeration for finger. Let's take a look. Oh, that's bright. That's really bright. Sorry, everybody. Okay, finger user enum is a tool for enumerating OS user accounts using the finger service. As of release, it is known to work against default Solaris daemons. Installation. Finger user enum is a standalone Perl script, so installation is simple as copying it to your path, and it's only been tested using Linux so far. Marco Polistic says, I see on the finger command to add the -vn tag on the Hacktrick website. Does it matter? -vn. -vn. Let me take a look at that real quick. So -vn. Netcat -vn. So V is for verbose, and N is for what is N for? No DNS lookup, I think. So I guess I guess I should be using it with V because V is verbose output. But I think the N doesn't really matter here, but I can add it anyways. It couldn't hurt. But thank you very much for pointing that out. So finger is a standalone Perl, okay? If you have Perl installed, so Perl is installed by default on Kali Linux systems. So if you do which Perl, you'll see that Perl is installed on the system. Cypher Enigma asks, does -v actually affect resolution though? Isn't it just debugging? I mean, I'm not. I know that the one thing I know about Netcat is that when I set up my reverse shell listeners, I usually set it up in verbose mode, and no DNS lookup and listening, and provide the port number like this. I'm guessing that you use verbose mode because you might be missing something if you don't use verbose mode. But the no DNS lookup, I'm not too sure if that's completely necessary, but it's just how I was taught, so I didn't really question it too much. But let's go back to learning a little bit about the finger thing. Yeah, same. Okay, okay. All right, so Finger user enum simply needs to be passed a list of users and at least one target running a Finger service. Huh, we need to pass usernames. So check if the user exists on the remote system. Some examples. So some examples below, we need a list of potential usernames. So, relaying queries, license. So where is the script located then? Where is my download? So download Finger user enum version 1 here. Let's download it. Okay, so let's open up our terminal. Where are we? So go to the downloads directory, and then it's here. Is it here? I don't see it here. Actually, no, it is here. Okay. Let's move it into our temp directory because we're probably not going to be using it after today. So we're going to move downloads, and in downloads, the Finger whatever. Oh no. Into our directory, yes. Okay, now let's gunzip it. And then after that, it's also tarred. Is it tarred? I never remember the tar syntax. Tar, yeah, right, XVF. And then the name. Okay. So let's move into that directory. No one remembers the tar syntax. It's an XKCD. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Thank God I have terminal history to let me know. Okay, so I just need to Perl this, and then I need to know what the syntax is for this. So over here, some examples. Installation usage. Let's see. Checks if the user exists on the remote system. Files of usernames to check via the Finger service. So I think we should be doing -U with the file. Okay. Server host running the Finger service. So we need to do T and then provide the IP address. 10.02.24. Relay, intermediate server which allows the relaying of Finger requests. I don't think relaying is allowed on this one. TCP port on which the Finger service runs. Default 79, so I don't think we need to supply this. Debugging output. Wait a maximum number of n seconds for a reply, default 5. Verbose. I like verbose output, so I'll just tack on a -V. So I think what we can do with this service, with this script, is that we can get valid usernames. So we should get a username list. So we can locate username. Locate it. Okay. So we've got sec lists involved. So we've got sec lists here, so we can pick out a valid username list. If anybody has a favorite username list that they like to use, please type it in chat so we can use that one instead. So top usernames short list. So let's try this one. Okay, and then we'll supply this to the script. And let's see if this is the right syntax. If it's not, then we will know. Okay, so root exists. Huh, was this very short? Top usernames short list. That was a very short list. Wait. Okay, let's grab a longer list because it seems to be that seems to be too short. It only had like it had something like it had under 20. So let's grab let's see, like a longer one. 10 million usernames. 10 million usernames. That seems a bit excessive as well. 10 million. Oh, so okay. Cypher Enigma is suggesting the 10 million usernames list. Let's grab that one. Okay, copy that. Delete this. Paste in this. I'm going to output this to something called user. I'm going to put this in the temp directory. User enum.txt. Okay, so we're just going to let this do its thing. Suggest is a strong word. It's the one that was at the bottom of the look. Okay, well, you know, whatever works, whatever works. Okay, so I think because we're not going to be, I don't know if we're going to be able to get anything from the web page, but you know, we can start working on that as well. We can do a Go Buster directory busting round over on the web server. '24, just to make sure that there isn't anything suspicious hiding in there. And let's see if we hit anything. 10 millimeters is sufficient and arbitrarily big number. 10 million. Yeah, that's it's kind of a big number. And this seems to be taking quite a while. So we're just going to wait for this to pan out. So we've got server status on code 403, so not necessarily something we want to look at. Server status. The other thing we could do here is using dirbuster. We could look for file extensions. So we could look for HTML, PHP, TXT, and I guess that's a good start. And we can start looking for those. Okay, we got index.html. That's very useful. So this is still going. It's 10 million usernames, so I guess after we're done here, we need to grep for directory, because if there's a positive result, then it's going to give us the name of the home directory for that user. In the meantime, what we can do is we can go back to Hacktricks and see if there's anything else we can do with the finger service. So over on Hacktricks, user enumeration, Metasploit uses more tricks than Nmap. So, there's a Metasploit. Okay, we could try using using Metasploit is probably going to be easier than probably going to be easier than using the script that we found. But we can keep this in mind for a little bit later. We can also do command execution. Command execution. Can we do command execution as root? So finger, and then we can id at example.com. So let's try something with the root user. So over on another tab, let's go into the temp directory first. Okay, so finger, no. Finger. So it's netcat, and then it's, what was it, VN? 10.0.2.2.24. And I think Hacktricks was suggesting that we echo something into it. So we echo our command into netcat like this. So in front, we're going to echo our command and pipe it into netcat. So command execution. So it's so let's do this this test over here for command execution. Let's give this a go. So this is not going to be at example.com. It's going to be at 10.0.2.24. No port. No port. Oh, I forgot to supply a port, of course. Connection refused. Connection refused? Is that because... Why was the connection refused? Let's just try bin ls-a. Connection refused. Wait, is it? Oh. Wait, am I using the correct IP address? It might be because I'm sending too many requests, and that's why the connection is not going through anymore. So if I were to do nmap, whoops, I shouldn't have done that. Okay, so if I were to run nmap, it says connection refused. I think I I think I got my IP banned or something. Or anyways, let's stop this. Let's stop this. Okay, so finger enum something something. I wasn't even piping this to... No. I was piping it to temporary user enum.txt. Let me take a look. Hold on. Okay, so let's go into this file. Okay, so no such user. Okay, so there's a male user, that's expected. There's a root user. There's an Adam user. So this is useful information. There's a user on the system named Adam. No. Oh no. Oh no, somebody's making fun of me for using nano. Nano enjoyer. I don't know what emote that is. It looks like some sort of bird. Is it holding up? I love Nano. Not gonna lie. Well, okay. I know some people are very touchy about people who are using. Okay, so Adam is a user. Great. Um, that's very useful information. So if I'm not able to get anything useful from, so there's a news user. If I'm not able to get any useful information from anything else, I might do a brute force attack on SSH as the Adam user, because at least I have the name of that user. But I'm gonna exit out of here. Okay, so I'm gonna cat user enum.txt, and I'm gonna grep out directory. Grep directory. Okay, so there's all of your typical. So there's a root user. There's a what? Man, this is hard to read. I'm gonna make the font smaller so maybe I can get some nicer looking output out of here. Cat. Okay, so Adam, mail, root. So okay. All we need to do. Does mail have any hints thinking like default passwords or resets? Um, so I think the information we need to get was that there's an Adam user in the system. After that, let's see if there's anything else here. So there's finger bounce. Use the system as a finger relay. Let's see. So command execution. Maybe we could try command execution. So for the command execution, we need, do we need a username? Let's try. Well, actually, I think we're not allowed to. I think we borked the finger service. So let's see if it's still connection refused. So we can't contact the finger service anymore because but we can try we can try doing brute force with the Adam user, and if we let's see, I was thinking like credential stuffing. Maybe. I need to ban a user real quick who's doing advertisements. Sorry, buddy. Okay, so let's try. I can't believe I'm resorting to this. Okay, Hydra. So let me grab the syntax for doing Hydra. We're doing Hydra brute force. How do we use Hydra to brute force passwords if we have a username on the SSH service? Monkabur. Okay. Okay, so specifies the username, specifies a password list. We always use rocky.txt. So let's try this. So I haven't done brute force on SSH, by the way, is not a very smart thing to do, especially if you're working in a live environment, because most of the time SSH brute force is going to be there's going to be some sort of mitigations for that, and it'll get your IP banned very quickly, because there's a very common SSH script called fail to ban, and if you send too many incorrect login attempts from the same IP, fail to ban, yeah. If you send too many incorrect password login attempts, within a certain period. I'm not sure what the rules are, but you'll basically get your IP banned, and then you're then it's you can't log in from that IP address again. So 10.0.2.24, and let's set 4 threads. I'm not sure. And we're going to do rocku.txt, which is located at user share wordless rocku.txt. Okay, let's fire this up. And if it works, then great. But if it doesn't, then we're kind of running out of options. Unless I were to reset the box. But I guess the great thing about running your own box is that you can reset your box anytime you want. 3 failures. Cypher Enigma says 3 failures in 10 minutes is the default configuration for failed to ban. That's some slow enumeration. If that's the case, then yeah, that is. But brute force attacks shouldn't be. Well, I mean, brute force attacks shouldn't be easy. Well, they shouldn't be easy. What am I trying to say? But let's leave this running for a little while. In the meantime, we've got our user enum that we ran. I don't think the only other avenue we could take is we could try doing command execution via finger if we reset the box. But let's leave that for later in case the brute force stuff doesn't work. Okay, this is we're not using this terminal right now. So this is 36 tries a minute. 36 tries a minute. That's not very many tries a minute. That's not very many tries a minute. Maybe we should be setting this to something higher. Because 36 tries a minute is not very much. Maybe we should set it to 12 threads. Maybe I should ask ChatGPT how many threads we can run with Hydra. 4 threads. Oh, okay. So it 500 threads. You know what? The worst thing that can happen is that we knock the box over and we have to reset it. So we're gonna run it with 50 threads. It is recommended to reduce the tasks to 4 threads. You have 10 seconds to abort from the previous section to prevent overwrite. Okay, no problem. Let's do this. So one thing we could do to test whether or not I wonder if Hydra will tell us if we get banned, if we no longer get responses from the server. So for example, what I could do is just try to do SSH myself as Adam at test. Okay, so we're denied. Over here, we're running Hydra, and we're apparently failed to ban is not on this system because otherwise we would have been banned already. So we can be pretty confident that there's no failed to ban on this system, and that brute forcing SSH is a-okay. So we've got 302 tries a minute, but it's still going to take a long time. So I guess I'm just going to see if there's anything else we can enumerate. If anybody else has any Any bright ideas for where we can continue enumerating on the system? Go ahead and let us know. Because all we have is this over here. Cybernerd Dante just got here. What box is this? Also, hello. Hello, Cybernerd Dante. And let us greet you with one of our patented video redeems. This is... Oh, is this a hacking? This is an old meme. If you recognize it, let us know.
Is this a hacking?
But yeah, we're working on a new website. So this is a new cybersecurity education platform over here. It's VulnyX.com. Haha, but it's is this loss? Is this loss template? Yeah. This I basically stole that meme and I modified it for my own purposes. But yeah, this is the Fing. So, oh wait, does that work? Oh yeah, that works. Hey, that's a great. I didn't actually know about that. Cyber Enigma. That's a great great way to isolate filter. Yeah. But we're doing this box right here, and we're working on the Finger service. I've never done any hacking against Finger before, but we were able to get some good information out of the Finger service before it locked up, and we're not able to access it anymore. Let's see if 10.0.24. Let's see if the Finger service unlocked itself yet or not. 79. It's closed. No. Okay. All right, so it's still... Now that's whoa! I recognize that. I recognize that. Oh, we got it. We brute forced Adam's password from SSH using Hydra. Oh my gosh, that's loss. I recognize that meme, Cyber Enigma. That is loss, and I didn't read that comic. I read some other webcomics back in the day, but I never read Control Alt Delete. So Adam and Passion. So we can just log in using Adam and Passion. Good. Let's do that. SSH. Adam, your password is Passion. Great. We're in. Okay, wait. I got to I've got a soundboard and like a voice changer. I need to put on my best hacker voice. All right, hold on. I need to change my voice. Okay, so you should hear this as much deeper now.
I'm in.
How was that? How did that sound? Was that awesome? Okay, so we've got user.txt here. Let's do user.txt and root.txt at the same time. But at the same time, let's see if there's any sudo else. Oh, this is a Spanish system. Ordeno encontrada. Okay. So there's no sudo on the system. And let's see if there's anything in the opt directory. Nothing in the opt directory. Let's see if there's anything in the web directory. There's only index.html. And that's not going to show us anything. Sudo files. Yeah. I keep on forgetting how to look that up using find. So it's find, and keep on having to look this up every time. So it was SUID binary find. Cybernerd Dante knows. He knows. Thank you very much for the suggestions. Okay, so we can also do it. There's a couple of ways, apparently. Let's try this one. Okay, paste it in. Do as? Whoa, we were just talking about this. We were talking about this earlier. Cipher Enigma was talking about this earlier. At least I think it was Cipher Enigma that was talking about this earlier. Oreo, was that Oreo? Oh, I'm sorry. Older pseudo, yeah. But I think we can just grab the what was it? What was it called? GTFO bins and look up do as. Isn't that how you spell it? Hold on. SUID and then or is do as a wait, is do as a regular? Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not a it's not vulnerable with SUID. G password. One interesting thing you can pass over to ChatGPT is you can pass over this list and you can ask it if there's anything that's exploitable with SUID using that list right there. In this list of SUID binaries, are there any that are odd? And then supply the list and then go. It's thinking. You can check usage by running the file. It should give an error and show arguments needed. You mean do as? Okay, so most of them are standard, okay? However, there's one unusual binary that stands out, do as. This binary is not typically found on most Linux distributions by default. Do as is a simple utility that is often used in OpenBSD. Okay, so maybe I can just do a quick search for do as SUID privilege escalation. Okay, so do as privilege escalation, exploit notes. Let's take a look at this. So first of all, search the location of doas.conf. Now check the configuration. So doas.conf, all right, let's find out where it is. So it's in etc doas.conf. Let's cat it out. Permit no pass, keep environment atom as root command, user bin find. What? Okay, so apparently I can run find as root with the atom account with no password. Okay, so what is the syntax for do as? What is the syntax for the do as command? Okay, so basic syntax is do as options command. So for example, run a command as root. do as command and then the user /root. Okay, so let's try do as find, or rather /user bin find /root. And we need to supply a bunch of stuff to find, so find well, how do we do this? It would be we would supply the arguments like this, / and then dash name root.txt. This file or directory does not exist. Okay, I think I'm doing... Oh, wait, it gave me... Yeah, it did it. Okay, so now we need to look up how to do privilege escalation using find. So we can go back to GTFO bins and we can look at find. So we're just looking at sudo find in this case. So it's just sudo, and we need to look at find. There it is. Okay. So if the binary is allowed to run as superuser by sudo, it does not drop the elevated privileges and can be used to access the file system, escalate, or maintain privileged access. Okay, so we can just read this. We can just read the root.txt file. So it's file equals file to read. So we're going to set a variable, lfile equals. Cipher Enigma. That is exec. Oh, right. Yeah. We could well, I mean, we could do it that way. We could do it like this as well. So /root.txt. And then we set this. Marco Polisic says, can you explain after GTFO and suid? I am new to this. I didn't understand this part. So on this system, we found that there's a file that runs as the root user, essentially. So where was it? So we found this file that has let's do lsla on it. lsla on this binary right here, do as. And what this is, it's an older version of the sudo command. So it's able to run other commands in the context of other users. And we can tell it has a super user ID, the super set user ID bit set, because it has this right here when we take a look at it using ls. So this means that this runs with what was it? It runs in the context of another user, or it runs in the context of the root user when we when you run it. And but yeah, because this is set and because it's set up in a certain way, our current user, Adam, is able to run this binary right here, do as, in order to run another program with elevated privileges. And in this case, we can run, hold on. We can run the find command. We can run the find command as the root user using the Adam account. So because we can do this, we're looking up different ways we can abuse it by looking at this website over here, which is GTFO bins, which is really great for looking up different Linux binaries that you can abuse for privilege escalation. And what we're going to do is we're going to sudo file -f lfile. We're going to use this to run the find command. Wait, am I looking at find or file? Oh, I'm looking at file. Jeez, I should be looking at find. Wait, where is it? There it is. I was looking at the wrong entry, guys. Sorry. Yeah, find gives you a shell. Okay. So sudo, if the binary is allowed to run as superuser, it does not drop elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system, escalate or maintain privileged access. So we can run find with elevated privileges and run the exec when the exec argument, and we can create a shell using find. So that's even better. By the way, GTFO bin works like Control F. You can type anywhere on the home screen and it will search for the file that you want. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Sometimes I just forget about that and I just go into autopilot. So let's copy this. So all we need to do now is we need to do as. So do as find, and then insert the malicious command over here, like this. So what this should do is run do as with this binary right here, with these arguments right here, as the root user, and it should get us a root shell. So when we run this, it does not get us a root shell. Is there something wrong with my syntax? Okay, my music is stopped. I'm gonna put on a new playlist, and I think hold on. So do as /root in the rest, like this. Operation not permitted. Operation not permitted. Am I supposed to put root at the end over here? Nope. Okay, maybe I can put this entire thing in quotes over here. Operation not committed. I still like looping cat over it, no need for a shell. Yeah, well, I mean, who doesn't want to get a root shell though? That's the real deal. Try root after do as without the slash. Okay. Operation not permitted. Okay, let me look up the execute do as below. Do as user root. Oh, okay. Hold on. Maybe this is what we want to do. Okay. Do as -u root and then the command. Like this. Operation not permitted. Okay. We just needed to remove our who am I? I am root. I am root. Everybody. Okay. Hey, we can redeem our I'm root redeem. This is from the Batman movie.
What are you?
I'm system root.
All right, we've rooted the system. Awesome. Okay, so what did we do? We found this novel program called doas, which what Oreo Byte was talking about that. I'll talk to next time I see Oreo Byte. I'll tell him about that. And anyways, let's get our root flag. Okay, and then let me paste this and keep track of it, and then we can finish out. Okay, so crazy stuff. Well, if you keep on doing this stuff over and over again, eventually you're going to get better at it. He was also talking about the sticky bit. The sticky bit? Are we talking about sticky bits? Are we allowed to talk about sticky bits? This is a family channel, you know. Just kidding. It's not a family channel. But let's not talk about anything too blue. Okay, so we managed to root the system. Okay, thank you very much. And you know what? It's I need to get some dinner. It's very hungry over here. But let's find somebody on Twitch that we can raid into. If anybody is streaming from the InfoSec streams community, it's only me. Okay, let's see if we can find somebody on Twitch who is cybersecurity adjacent. Coding with Strangers is on. Okay, so everybody, Coding with Strangers is a great channel that does programming and stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to raid into this channel. Please tell Coding with Strangers that the Shy Hat sent you, and very much appreciated to everybody who was watching today's stream. And let's take us out with a Hack the Planet. Thank you very much for coming, everybody.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
We're gonna be back on Wednesday. We're gonna be back on Wednesday, and we're gonna be hacking more stuff and learning more about Linux. Okay, so please participate in the raid, and see you next time.
It was undercooked, underbaked, and surprisingly, Steam quality games did it better.